Yamakwa bed bagana MONTIE so we need 100.9. Yeda was say so what you me fide na de to a. Asofo akuku dam. Ababe preach ye de Yesu moje de apetikwam. Yesu yebreni. Ye kwa ye nim na ye de omanga na munsem ababegu apono so. Beba cho midin de Jerry AGYEMAN. Jume de ye friend Ghana MONTIE we need 100.9. Beba ba ka on kopem said no do e papa ma na ewu kwada na Wednesday. And the date is 7th August. The year 2024. Ye da twedi upon Yakopon ase. E da ne se wabo ye ho ban. Make us say nipa bi da ho. Womun ye wo ma dwen so mba be sorry pa kwa adwuma. E na makwadwu sementi o sometimes. Me pa cho sorry. Na ye ono ma tenten me pa cho. Ana brenu wom me amigidi. Bijitu pa sa ana brenu wom na enso woda ho enye yi o. Enam sa woda ho no wan hwe ne ye. Agwagwa ko ye bibia fa ma ho awaso ba ehye. Enu ti na brana na bitu fo se aya asore waka. Na ndey sa opebo sen abra wo bebre no ho. Usika na eno ane de ehye obotom. Eno pa na wotumi wo so obi crash wo ba. Beba cho sa promise ne memfa wani nkonkoto so o. Say oh menu mesi wa hye me bo. Na wo de sika na ma bedru ye no wa hye ase na wo de ye account. Beba cho sika no wo de na ehye obotom. De ehye obotom na ye usika. And it is so na ye ono ma tentem na nya kakra gu ho. Kakra won ho eno ano no. Obi no bo no nyomo sika emoja. Na winim say next month and so nkoda no baby school. Eto am school fees in men twen ansa. Men twen mo mu mie school ansa wo de nsema yi ho ano mesrew. Chance na boaboa no enkakran. Enkakran beti weni no. Eje say odi bibia akọ. Odi bibia akọ akogu. Eti anya ne kakran wate. Announce say. And now they always carry the order until do ya no page na akakutu ya. Ye no ma ye de ye ni sika ni be da ho ye be ne kakra. Okay, we that's what ye dey say da be ma ye King David and Elder Tachi. And na powerful mo de ye arise and share juma de brain. Na ye dey say dan so de ma ye mojoja. Zion River Chapel. Also for penny or down on your friend or a Reverend Fabian in our country. And then the Dr. Fashion Akasa, your official fashion designer on Wakasa and Bedinja. Or the Ayo Mojoja from Zion River Chapel. On the Cemented Clement. And then the Buan. Mrantiano, Shasha, Bagon. One way Buruta, one with the Mojoja, one with the brain. Now, and on a Dr. Fashion said, Na Santa Mankua, Mowo Aya Mayera Denyo. A sort Chiamo Papa. The question Bedouin. Okay, Tias Yadi say Yadi, and some who do a coso. My Ghana Munsem. Ye Kajana Gumama. We don't have on your face, say so far, Obiania Brew, as I can be a man for ye no. Wow, we better not say no when you go at the second Bejan Anka. So what I say, I was so bad. I'm out for born to work giddy. Hey, Ale, and ye is you. So Facebook Live, I dem you need 100.9 FM, need 100.9 FM. So YouTube channel na when you Despite Media ye demo ho. Amasanchi me kwabra for Baba Jinedwa and krata no musam ye de bebro. Sabri de yan kohwe abel for tentan ho man so no sama hodo a trendy. And no ma be na ekoso ho. Ye de asere ma peacefmonline.com, citynewsroom.com, myjoyonline.com, Star FMG, classfmonline.com, checkoutsghana.com. Omadara man yade abɛ for the town man so yade bra we need 100.9. Okay, but so you quite many a trend some who were trend wa be for time man so na wa ho adwen cho dia for 050 372 1744 050 372 1744 yan sha say Boku National Security Minister justifies 6 million budget slams Ayariga's unfortunate position. The Ministry of National Security has described as unfortunate the Member of Parliament for Boku Central Mahama Ayariga's position on his budget allocation to address the Boku conflicts. I said it be Ebusa the woman is saying Honorable Mahama Ayariga and Mrashebejani awa ye Boku na say what they affect your voice pound. Na eno odebetu just say hey Ghana for si enima. Wonim say Boku ntokwa no. E che say sika ya to dia kwhye ho. 6 million Ghana cedis. Oh, ntokwa na boy ka. 6 million Ghana cedis no say sika dia dozo dodo. Dozo. But no Ura Kandapa, Minister for National Security. Odi ababetu just say yes sika na dozo. Na adwuma wo modi sika na ye wo ho na yasem ketewa. Etu Ura Mahama Ayariga na nsem no bi wo kan na unfortunate. Na ntisa nka wo kan sa. National Security and ababa bichiremu. 4 arrested for tampering with meters. ECG faces 77,000 laws. 77,000 Ghana cedis laws. Hey, some more. 4 individuals, including 3 Ghanaians and a Chinese national. Hey, Chinese boy. Have been detained by the police for their involvement in the manipulation and installation of meters from the Electricity Company of Ghana. Abusia the woman say a nipa makumako and Chinese in eka ho. Adaya electricity meters and one de omo pena one de ye meters no said dia on person ye adwuma mfa. One de omo sa kokeka eye ECG for meters. I mra ma ho kwan. And I'm so my ECG yes ka wo ma balls and meters no be 77,000. Hey. It's supposed to fachi om. Commander resident to protest leasing of sugar factory to Indian firm. Residents of Commander are preparing to protest against the leasing of the sugar factory to an Indian firm next week. But it will say yes, a strategic investor now Commander sugar factory near the Amano. It will ne yanya Indian phobia the Bama. No na ban for was a woman penny net, 1 month penny China. Say yede Commander sugar factory no yede kwa koma yes halfway. Aniti one more baba yo ye chirankasa. Oma bokoko. City depreciation less ensure predictability and stability in 2024 elections. Bokpen appeals to EC. Professor of Finance at the University of Ghana, Godfrey Bokpen, has appealed to the Electoral Commission to create reasonable predictability and certainty in managing elections in the country, particularly the upcoming elections. Professor Bokpen and audience Sem Ediama Electricity Company of Ghana, Adaya, or say, well, when it's a sick as I'm said, I know. It's a Odiama, will you, Electoral Commissioner? Or say, well, when it's a sick as I'm said, a sick as I'm no. It's easy for Electoral Commission. Monche who say, Massa, your quackle bobo, Kabia, Efa, a year, Yabatu. Nagwako BPO. We ayen sama Professor Bokwe also or the atuja. And the Yafa said that Yafama peacefmonline.com, citynewsroom.com, myjournline.com, check out Ghana.com, FMGH, any other relevant news portal. Woman a boy ya bear for Teta Omani see Yede in Samako or Yede Bread would need 100.9 so. One more Facebook, so most women and I am Mamachi. On him, my prempe. Also, good morning, Chi. We thank God for bringing the king back to Kumasi. Congratulations to Tunfor. Lampre King Rashid, also, you are live at Sherman Official Town near King's Court School. And again, the next year, more watching so, Also, greetings to Obatampa, Honorable Nana Madukia, SMAJ, Parliamentary candidate of Kaikwe North Constituency. Richard Mess, also Honorable Sadam Apenyo Sochiano. If you are a girl, I can easily convince you that Blackstaff House is for me. Hey. Yesterday, Miracle Abuaje miraculously convinced you that the Achem Mafia didn't alter the Ejapadia document. Where's McJerry? Good morning and greetings to Mother for All, Honorable Nana Madukia. Don La Vista, Medas, or say McJerry, I'm watching you inside Tama. Tamala Bobby, or say good morning, McJerry, Ghana's next president, John Mahama, also Chiano. Fred Kwafu will say good morning to my father, Mr. Opon Kwafu of Adeso, Esubwa. The way is Aswaba, Adeso, Aswaba. Apele Ampang will say good morning, Mark. Good morning to you. I'm a Sancha make Quabrama for transit. Quabramache? There's an obey. Oh, Kakra. You go son Kakra. We'll be up in a man and one day here, the Canadian. But the Bacayam. Sabe.
There are the St. John's, Dr. Fons, Dr. O'Day, and nurse Susie.
All right. Oh, okay. But I'm quite anyway now, a Bobaso family at you for.
I was for the background time, the Mamma Tiama Quaba, a daily graphic ya. Economic growth was a me. Your sister, the economy necono. Woman was scankwan the favor woman. And woman here woman so. A becos when here one sa. Sana system no ICCI. A answer and walking. What I said, dear, you bet me, I such a mukakra. Said you be ya in ya for. And yes, for Gabono, a bet to me average kakra. Mountain Group, Chief Executive Officer, and what will be for sale. So will be Baba transaction. Now we'll crown a Ghana card photocopier. Was some mamunye. A son said a photocopy the Kurani Pacrono. A set what the card in one casabado. Na card at the banner by rain. And yes, why a photocopier no one see why. Graphic NRWF4 Technical Stakeholders Breakfast Meeting no and then a woman National Health Insurance Authority Act no woman say woman amend the kakra nentiminya juma ye Dr. Abuaje na ka say after 2020 election violence ye koye no kyerɛ sɛ ne nsa yɛatetere gu n'akyi human right body bi ɛna wɔka sɛ nsɛm a esisiyɛ ɛwɔ 2020 abɛmu a nipa bi kura fa mu to anananom wɔ nseɛ do no ɛsɛ sɛ wɔn do asɛm no mu asukɔ ni kwan sɛ ebi esi bio na telegard bɔkrataa yɛ nim ha yɛse bishopfoɔ mmiɛnsa ɛna yɛgyeli wɔ mu sɛ contempt yɛakye wɔ nom national security minister yɛse sika no bɛm sɛ every month or every week sika a yɛde ma no a wɔde kɔbɔ kontokwa no ɛyɛ 6 million Ghana cedis na asɛm yi a wɔn de bɛto dwa no ɛna wɔkyerɛkyerɛ mu sɛ hwɛ na mo ka sɛ conflict resolution no ɛyɛ ade ɛda fam wɔn wɔkura yɛ o 6 million Ghana cedis na ɔman bi kura wɔn spend ma no boro saa afei mampanin Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo ɔsi Gulf of Guinea Commission wɔn ɛnyɛ review 450 MSMES ɛna wɔn anya U-Start support a wɔn de hyɛ wɔn dwumadi ase Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia ɔne Nana ɔte ne ho kwafo akoto a wɔtɔ so mmiɛnsa ɛbɛm sɛ Nana koraa ɛbɛm sɛ wɔyɛ doctor ɛna wɔka kyerɛ ne sɛ ɔba bɛdi president a wɔn tradition ne customs no ɔbɛhyɛ na ɔde ayɛ adwuma afei de ɔbɔkrataa yɛ kyerɛ ha beebi a sports wɔ no Africa Cup of Nations yɛfrɛ no AFCON qualifies no Ghana bɛhyia Angola ne asɛehyia Niger wɔanim deɛ ne yɛsɛ yɛ kumadi the new publisher de ɔbɔkrataa n'anim ha Dr. Mato Opoku Prempe Bunkotuje ɛna Krobia Asante Kotokɔhene de ne nsa ato no sisɛ sɔfo a wɔhyira ne ba ɔsi wɔanim dɔba a ɔsɔmani bɔko conflict no ɛyɛ maama yarega ɛna wɔkɔpagya baa sɛ national security minister sika a wɔhyɛ no wɔ hɔ nom paa wohyɛ account ɛbɛtɔ odwa sika a papa yi wɔgye de kɔbɔko hɔ nom a ɛnyɛ sika ketewa na no ɛna ɔno nso kyerɛkyerɛ mu sɛ sika no a wɔgye no nyɛ so wɔ kɔ akodi na mmom ntokwa a ɛkɔ soɔ no ɛna ɔde ɛpata ntokwa no afei de ɔbɔkrataa anim ha wɔkyɛ sɛ adehyeɛ bi wɔn fu nnua ansa na wɔn atumi ayɛ course wɔn srɛ tɛ kosi ne sɛ wɔn mmoa wɔn mu na wɔn ntumi nyɛ course kama the chronic de ɔbɔkrataa n'anim ha His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ɛna wɔka sɛ wɔso wɔde style foforɔ bi ba ɛwɔ baabi a yɛtu afam agudeɛ yɛfrɛ no cooperative mining ɛbɛboa no yɛtu fam agudeɛ wɔ kwampa so a ɛnkɔ ha wɔ biara finance minister no wɔpa yɛtɛw yi wɔkyerɛ sɛ domestic debt restructuring no ɛbaeɛ no ɛha adwene kakra paa nti yɛmfa nkyɛ no Abaya University 176 million Ghana cedis a ɔdema MSMEs a ɛfiri 2021 ɛde bɛsi ɛnnɛ maame akosi afiri mu ɔpare na ɛka sɛ Genesis chapter 12 verse 13 I will bless those who bless you and him who dishonors you I will curse and in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed. Hallelujah. Amen. The background time they to us a Ghanaian publisher nim ha or the mammy akosia from more self parimphony abetua MSMSEs Sikaya Diama wonum free 2021 175 million Ghana cedis ya me ka ho asem Herbert Crapper and Walker Trayan say Abade enclave wo okoto was light no begyina ne naso panto obi anka na koma ntene yam Guta AGI and womo bo parliament yaba so say Ghana Standard Authority mrabi omaya manaya fe finance minister so opayetewo sikasam ntoto ye na bia ankoye kura enti yamfa enchewo Ghanaian Times yenim ha was made in town hall meeting one cry ha was challenges yahudu a yefe mu no economy no grow ye $20 billion inflation drop ye 54% 2022 and also a drop ye 22% ɛna di bɛsi June ni sei asa drop koraa afei enipa ye recruit wɔ mu akɔ security service no ɛho asɛm ɛte sɛ yɛn uphold principles wa yɛ founding fathers wɔn mu agye Ghana si wɔ no na esi wɔ mu ni so no yɛn nso yɛnya ne saa His Excellency John Dramani Mahama wɔsi wɔ da ha wɔsi ɔbɛ consider Kusa region afei Samuel Abugyinapɔ wɔsi aban ɛde style foforɔ bi ɛɛba public lands ya yɛde public institutions ni individuals no yɛbɛhyɛ na yɛde wɔhyɛ ato so a asase a yɛ aban de ya no obiara ntumi nkɔnkɔfa Daily Dispatch de bɔkrataa n'anim ha 2024 presidential elections no ɛna wɔbisa yi o wɔse nti Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia ɛbɛtumi apushi Mahama ɛma akɔ runoff anaa wɔbisa wɔse asɛm bia ni wɔ no mu a wɔbɛka de afa Dr. Kwame Nkrumah ho a ɛbɛsesa ne dibrɛ Professor AGYEMAN ɛna wɔka kyerɛ mampanin ni wɔ mu ɛka ho sɛ ɔsagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah no matter how hard you try untumi ɛnka ne nsɛnsu ase da na de bɔkrataa the new crusading guide anim ha National Security Minister bɔko conflict yɛkɔ soɔ sika a wɔsi aspɛne wɔ hɔ no ebinom sɛ ɛnyɛ wɔnum dɛ aban drive economy no baabi a yɛkɔ ndeɛ wɔ dwomtoni bi bɛ ne no nwom wɔsi yɛsi yɛdi kwan so ɛno a ne yɛkɔ no ɛlɛmbɛlɛ DC ɛne wama scholarship di ama first batch ɛwɔ ne mpɛsua so sɛ wɔnkɔ na wɔnkɔ sua adeɛ guta ne AGI foɔ Ghana Standard Authority foɔ mmerɛ bi a wɔn mu ahyɛm kena no wɔsi yɛbɛboa Fete Kakrabe chief wakɔ akɔgye court order sɛ asase a yɛ 5,800 acres of land no ɛyɛ ne deɛ nti yɛmfa ma no aban ebu akontaa de akyerɛ Ghanafoɔ infrastructure development sika akom ɛne sɛ de bɔkrataa de abɛyi the insight yɛnim ha ɔsagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah Kwame obiara ne wo nsɛ wona wogye Ghana si hɔ wɔn mu ɛbatabata wo ne nyinaa wɔn mu yɛ fake onumro wunno wo yɛ baako pɛ ɔsagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah ɛna Professor Raymond Agongburu Atugba wɔka ne ho asɛm wɔ hanom a wɔpagya no bebrebe wɔsɛm nto abama no korɛ December da ɛtɔ so nson John Dramani Mahama ɛna wɔka saa asɛm yi ase was yo abusua yɛbɛkɔ peace 104.3 FM so ɛna yɛda wo kuada magere wɔ saa dwuma atena yi nsɛm pii ɛwɔ ha anɔpɛ yi
Abo Nsia. Ahaya Peace 104.3 FM. Okay, 101.7 NEAT 100.9. Yawa Ship House wa Beka Junction Accra. Hello. 101.5 Wedum Kumasi. Omaima. Yamamu yina chi. Edredu say sama yabo no yemayi mu ne nkrofo amanso de somo say Peace FM no Nsia kase. Efri ye fidie so wonkran no. And radio stations se bro head duonum so Ghana ne amonone. Live for hot digital radio so London, Unity Radio Worcester, Massachusetts. Kaseboye live for Peace 104.3 FM and a Peace FM online or Facebook, YouTube and so Despite Media. And somewhere denamno evening.
Chief Justice Gertrude Araba Tokonu. Wedi Ghana temwoj mekonenim ama wamada court fufuro bi adia. Ebedanka aje dia wotua eka amanipa na woje eka no efri no ho.
Professor Jenna no Pokwajima Chemu said 24-hour economy no and na bese so me hye brankanka ba bi enei yesika sema wiewie akoduru.
Asantimanta mu mpanifo wo mo hwe NPP amanyoko no dada dwumedie so. Ene kwabena owusu eduomi ehia abo asomdua nkomo na ekosi sen.
Na eba abe ene eho akade ene emu adwuma ya ehyehyɛ bɛn ene ebetimi aye ede aboa empanifo ekasa ewo ho
na yakwa ma no ne so a
America for abaya aka na aduokron ama wo mo ato no Democrat for Tim Walz say ono ene bebo Kamala Harris chidom ewo abano emu we ni nsam kaye bi ena enwumai adaroma JA binding what the bind stain remover any new bind 20 disinfectant bind stain remover near the yefine nkekawa baby a ehwo asene sink no mu tiles ne so walls ne ho ene baabia se unya JA bind stain remover la embe ho eye kama ana fei new bind 20 disinfectant nso eboa ema emo we ya yenhu omo nso so omo ha adwene wo fie mu yetu omo so sa ewo mu akese na nketoa ewo stores etwa ye ho ahia akese te se Melcom China Mall Shoprite Game Dream Bell my 11 ne ade 0243104883 0243104883 and 0541808096 Medima for about center so offer from 42 mam won krane ne potamu sem wabebie na dwesio ne bi opokwa asemayira ebra usisi waposo pa wo ana stroke bi jeje wonom wode wani kire ho ma wo se sanra ne Dr. Time da so obeboa mo afri sa tabia num eti hwehwe no pokwa asemayira 0244774282 0244774282 ana 0500727215 Susie About Center for CB Men capsules meme yim Bema wodun so ho haw won twa mi enhye ne katita wabra CB Men wo ho ye wo CB women na emafichi kromu yaw ne nkabone white sem eso anu na CB soap de pedicure mi na ho ye fefe na de sha mpaboa no a afataw e wo pharmacy ne chemical stores 0247111671 0247111671 and 0246578750 Yeah, well, this way chocolate drink. Cocoa so far so kind. Are adiachi batampa. The ono mehia ka hwan. Ani sushi. Enyu mayinti. Ani agye dwa. Yede kasibui eba. Aken kanfo a moti yenken. Eye me. Nana ya kunedu menim.
Ohene nana kwame amo. Ensem nini. Anwa ya de bobo sane panisa ya noa na editia enti empempini se okọ yatem bo dwumaku awodo no mu a na wo bawura asem de bia court awodo a wo behu se nkrata afiratem bo dwumaku nim akogu court a wo bi do obi ka obi akobu obi bosia wontia wo so wontia mejimi ni bi na ya twintwan age greda ni penzo so wakobu obi bosia na wontia ye no wo beko anopapa na ne tibom befu as orthopedic pillow and a P1 duster. Teen wire this way, I pick pan was a premier and two and a down. We say, hey, now what would they kind of would you know? No, no, boo, second for did. Ama and someone a year a cat. Crawford Copaposian were Muntiano. I will call to be and I tell what you may say. 1 month now, Emma a cat dying. Emma may record no so Emma in some now was in forward you say. Ni senti wo mo de court foforo bi ba eno no asema ebedie ayo obi akobo obi bosia ana obi sika akodu obi ho onfana de manu a wose da onfa ma agi greda sa court won waso ana foforo ya abeyi eno enwo asem nko a na ebedi aye na Gertrude Araba Tokonu a wo yetembuafo pani edi atembu adwumaku na animu a wo ma ya mamra ne amane ada court foforo yedi a wo kyeremu se ebe ya baako dumienu enwotwe be won kran sei na enan e wa santimantem won be no pilot basis na ne wo kyeremu esesa kwato ne de won kote se yeso obi akoso so obi musosobone ana obi amfa kwan papa so akomiamia obi a enya kwan pa ennya wa asem ne ebedi se mema no a wo front ha wo no a wo ma ya se pompe se yoko ha mata ya no mo kopo obi ba aya na mnana atonom na ano enye saasem ne ebedu wasa court eye nkrofo sika akọ nkrofo ho wakoba bosia wuntia wudu obi ka fama na wo wuntia sa court no ene bedi ensem wi
I've After constructive engagement between the judicial service and the leadership of Now Bills, formerly Quick Credit and Investment Microcredit Limited, and in the true spirit of public-private partnership for the promotion of the ends of justice, a solution was designed. And it is this solution that has found expression. The small claims and debt recovery court initially operates on a pilot basis would cover a total of 12 courts. 8 in the Greater Accra region and 4 in Ashanti. The courts will sit every working in the afternoon and on Saturday. The courts will sit from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. on working days and 8:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday.
Na Emra Temwafo Penny Gertrude Araba Tokonu. Edi atembo adwumako na enim ema wo me ya mamra ne amane da court foforo ye dia. Ebedan ka ebeyere nkrofo makobo bosia wo munti aketia mo ometia na mentime ho ase ne wantwi abedan nkrofo ntam essence ka obi kwaji obi wo bosia obi kwaji ya wontie enti no waka wie ye na emperifo a wo mo ededa da board chair edime mema bills microcredit ani microcredit awodo no dodo no a anu modwumede na se ekanfo sanje ye se nyamia no mu ni eye papa se atembo adwumako no de court saa eba titu no ura Richard ni amakwe I want to watch the my bills microcredit on okase.
So I can say that over the few months we have a huge backlog of cases that we have filed at the court that has choked the court. The current structure of the judicial service at the district court is not structured in a way to hold or to serve these cases. I'm sure that that is what has triggered the Chief Justice, her leadership herself, and the entire team to rise to the occasion and make sure that justice, as we all want, is not only served, is delivered in an expeditious manner, also in a fair manner. Because as we said, when justice is delayed, then justice is denied. So such a court that has been set up today is welcomed by Bills. For us at Bills, we think that it is something that is in the right direction.
Ya tene kan ye ura Richard ni amakwe or your board chair at the map bills microcredit. Philip Atanga na ne wodwumede ya se odiama boyi ebaye.
Professor Jenana Opoku Agyeman our year from Ketuni Abedieche Emma National Democratic Congress NDC Amanyoko Edinansa Ebo Pro Ewo Mfifi Mantam Emu. Na aprobono so no one NDC Professionals Forum Ewo University of Cape Coast Kokoshia ye kasaye. Na nchechemu no de masem. Wo hwe baabi o man ni gina sesei. Omanfo wie suku no mo padwuma ya wo munya binye. Sade nemafo ewo ntwetwede wo adwuma ho na ye den dia ma wo mo no am. 24-hour economy no ene beboa ama apedie mu nsematimi agina yie no omanfo so etimanya bribedi wombra aye na mfaso abaso ama wo mu. We senti waso omanma enhwi nso no kwam na 24-hour economy no fa nsesa emram. Wasesa wakasa sese ye baabi oman ni sikasam keka ekro sade amono ni sika etwe de abo so enema nyina di adanse se eka emne ye ntisi se ye gina mnabofo achi na yafu ene dafom a ye twi asesa eti se ya nsomu ye ama 24-hour economy na ntwetwa anye ndia ene damma no emabunu ebeye mobo wose hihya hodo ye a NDC de eba no ebi National Apprenticeship Program ye no no ewo muaye ede ema omanyi titiw adwuma ye ene fa wonsa ene wadwene nyina bom eye bribi eho
sama kan no ye bazina all day ye zeba adwuma no otum ofodom inde sesi ama ho hen kase aye ndi o ma yenwura John Dramani Mahama onda onye hene mebu na wonye adwuma nye o haw kase ma o mani bia insi ayedan also the 24-hour economy riba our economy policy ozriba insi adwuma ni bi baba abaka ho nemo ya anwa no ma obaya ohona wo ye adwuma wo no so wenya ho na asomdwe ibotum za ye adwuma na anapafo no wokwa ewiabrefo no so aba and then you might be creating now. Then you are creating more jobs with the same facility. In circa 24-hour economy now, in Jumana or Cordon, ye bosha mobaya ye bobu no way to wafa a drum kakra.
Na enwechi Professor Jenana Opoku Agyeman say, amanyo sam campaign ye de any search na wadwen ususu ya hodo utri mu po de obesa ode ye oman no kire. ɛno na kyerɛkyerɛ mu ɔmanfoɔ ɛnte na nyɛ akutiabɔ
Ibinom wote ohuna woso hono woye wonyimi economics ni biara no ibinom woso azene ponye ye ndc funa wonjene ho awuka den tsase ne enkyerɛw na man ka den he ne enjuru ho ana onsedam onye ye ifi azechi ya woso azene po wo hadadaw na azene on ye no wo hadadaw krache ewuraba bra ne yenzi nkomo ne nyina ye ntase yenka den he ne enyim bibia wo wiazim onsedam Inyim kitikiti baby a woso ze kaseka ho as bobo ye ntama na ye boko he na enyim wamba osoro nda asema worka no onsedam yes you sayenze ne ya onye bon oso kafa zebra asema na anye campaign ami ha na migina woso esedan kafa zebra
Onipa yɛte ne yɛ Professor Jenana Opoku Agyeman. Ono ene ebo kanema mpani John Dramani Mahama Chidom ewo National Democratic Congress NDC amanyokuo no emu ewo afi aba a yebeto no emu.
Na essence penimpa wo no wan shaka ki pioto ne ta woto sa sibum. Empani se wan tena fie e masefo anfonti. Empanimfo a wo mo hwe NPP amanyokuo ne dadaju medie so ewa asantema ntemu se futufuo Council of Elders. Wamuton sa the free engineer wusu adiomi nanu ajoso by election wo kwagina yesa kontonkra no waton sa friend say wo mrai na wo munsin konwa na ja wo munto ato adwen so esu adwen na wo mfa yie ntu yie na de akoye wetimi wakame ekofa wantwi ba ya ma wote no ho kwagina kontonkra no wo mo hwe enka asem ni siesie na asomdwe mra na kro ye mra no mu na nkambom amwa Dr. Alhaji Mamadu Baumia na breaking the 8 no Enfree ni so ade hunumu na emrem ampa empenifra wa santema ntemu a wo mo hwe amanyoko ne dada dwumedie so ato nsa de free engineer wusu adiomi no wantwe empenifo sensi fom woje fra ne so etu na monkoye ama na anu dwada yi wo mo tena ase ekasai na kasa ni na ko na wieye ana engineer ebo amane se anano ye joso by election no die si ye die course do bi katia no do bi yetia no ana encheye di abufo ba ye motoroto ya wogiga ye no bagawa ya onchele obi a okote no no wajani na manaka we bibia frinimu obetumi atune satia te setin kata dia ka fom di aka na tete maso akere so radoher se woni bibia tia obia biem empenifo afra wo maka asem no etu atwaten na wo empenifo abose wo mu free nkunyese na se pe awe wasanso ba NPP amanyoko num se skolon amadia wo se waye bia de bo amanyoko num amanyoko ni so ade hunu afi abato no beba mu no obeye wo so aka ma manse nyina te se onu ni mfuruma eye NPP na senka wonu na onam wonu ye nipa de na nka wo ye ka engine oil ne na nam nimu eye NPP moja nam nimu emotumi yo kratasefo eye NPP entinya de obedani na chidi ama NPP kwan bia so mentemi wase kakra bi na baaye na se bi ese ne tetema kra na duru bre bi a wo mu de yem yei anwo se wo mu nyini ni se mpanifo aka ma asem ne to atwa ne de wadane ne ho biew e de ba NPP amanyoko no mu a obe na fam de bia na no si ye na owura ye Rosemont na pia menka a wona adwamtena ni de ma Council of Elders NPP asantema ntemu ejina council na na emudi na se ni kabia ma engineer owusi adiomi se edi ni kan wo mto nsa frɛ no no wodu oguo ni ani dia ma mpenimfo na wantwetwe no na emomode ose ayoyo ama waje frɛ no so aba ma omahia ɛna se totum yenu ene ne se wo mka asɛm ni wieye no anyere tan na emom aya adwebrɛw no waje atum se wo se ba amanyoko no mu bieu na wabe na fam di aboa ama nkunim aya amanyoko ne dia na ochire mu se ogidi prekope say engineer owusi adiomi na no aba na wo mte ya na daidi se still no na adwoso wi ni free mu ebetosin oka ho a na beye ma entomoda na se pa ne krakra mu na vice chairman Adema Council of Elders NPP asantema ntemu Dr. Musa Jebir Kabir wono so editor NPP amanyoko no chitafo ina nim wasonoma se mra engineer owusi adiomi esanso beyi obia baba ninsam South Africa yawe airways na apetu pre no omonya na wa tu na omeka ho na amanyoko ni so ade hunu entumi mrem
Wani edi juma ana wodi won kui ewo bibia efa abe ehono. Empenifo frase ya hyehyɛ se betintim wo mo ne amom ahyenso ye be register wo mo na aboa ama adwuma na nyoba akofo na eye na enye prekopem won adwesu ahodo ne nyina efa so betimi aba won adwuma eso we say enti Tree Crop Development Authority pani a woda anom owura William Japan kwaitu we frase a wo ye nkasa ho ebde no akopie kumase asantemam na ho no chechem de akyesem eba abe ene eho abrabo a ehia se ema license na yedi gina so register nkrofo a edi emudwuma efri woni a efa eho adwuna ye ntotoye apedwa ede ama no de obroni from aggregators no egosi woni a wo asone so omo yiyi emu srade no achi omo de kwa amonone omo di hudwa mamu chese bibia ewo abe adwumamu no ewo se yetimi ema woni a edi emudwuma license na obia edi eba ehomamu eno matimi aye adwuma no na waye adwuma no eyim ebra wo cheche butai mu na wonne apamfo ne bi na ehia ewo asantemamu no ne nkyeremu ne bi eni
se aban plan se omo de emuni angwa free amanone adiba no so omo de ba unim kwadodo na abantimi planning ka say sector we sika amenya afrim enie endi se na chese ebi tax exemption bi na say o de ma local producer no na abantimi se onya sa sika no free import no ma because onim amdodo a ontimi planning ye enti nyina ne se emra na hye se ansana yebetimi ayesa enoma mienu a abandi ama yesa nyina eyesa yen regulate ene ye develop no ese ohun ni pakododo a ewo sa sector ho ene de obi aye na watimi planning ye na wama mbuntu na yeden aba titu pa no se adwuma pese ye na omuhu se ade a eye no ejina so se omo a omode enwune anwa ne ba no dodo na edoji taxes enti yehum na se no mo ye adwuma enimu ba bi obi awo
onipa yete ne kasayi eye owura William Japan kwaitu na ne de achi Executive Secretary Emma Oil Palm Development Association of Ghana Salom Kwame edway etoso
yet is aban I establish TCDA Tree Crop Development Authority no mo say after 6 months I was say omo register actor bia obi oye abehu adwuma bia no I was say aban tree crop register mo inti yet is no ena yebo ye members amanie say na aban sie inti ye ni tree crop ye nhihye say ni tree crop be hia no mo akirekire ye ekwan a omo be fa omo de be ye sa registration no na yehu na ye members no so atiase yi na farmers ne anase ye members no meka chobia so ombo modern en register na abedjuma no entumi entumpon
ni payetine ne akire yi eye Salom Kwame Executive Secretary Oil Palm Development Association of Ghana Samson Kwame Nyame Chairman Boni ye gina so homeka sebo eso aton kramada Roma ye basisia
How baby.
And more than him, drink a banana after the last week.
Novus coconut milk drink. What is stevia? And how would the baby to a mudawai? I'll frame you man.
Novus coconut milk drink. Man, being country. Hey, yeah, Misso, but yeah, and more than him. When I was Shahono, can you resist Novus coconut milk drink? Oh, I can't.
Yeah, how many John? Novus drink no flavors ni na so no more coconut chunks edi dem eti egu ani mo e ye feeling eno enema ye crashing no
Novus our different flavors original flavor melon banana pineapple and a mango come on
Novus range of drinks in aye kama Novus coconut milk drink menoma na me ho asepem
na we no padudu a ubenya bi we we be friend Novus Industries and Trading Limited 0533 733 028 FDA Agyedwadi Nkratoyatum
Herbal and Alternative Medical Hospital Bena Black History and War America China Africa ne Ghana mpanifo abona baso say osaya remo manfo tia popa
Amin Scientific Hospital ayere sabia wo mfidie nwaso dia woda so a mfidie ne kire oyade na no asan so sa oyade
Amin expert okwan kroyare ho wonra no ennam na na wa doctor for ne nurse for so owotima
Amen scientific at the herbal homeopathy naturopathy and reflexology nyina esayade
sa wona wo pe ana yare ne te same pa nyame adumunti yare expert Amen scientific ebeboama inshallah uwato na wonso dia dance se de Ghana for ne abrochefo bi dia dance no
Accra Amen scientific e wodome Obesnet Flats and Alashibinso our Klagon Eben Shaman Road under bridge ope
our krabata p free non sure de ben wo 0245275254 ana 0207229505 Amen scientific herbal and alternative medical hospital
Allow Shafi nyamene yaresafo
so wakoma ho hyehyew ana ebo periperi de broni kan hardware no a e de na sese wo ye na so yam so atim so e
wo be packing a farmer Martin's liver salt tira kwai entem ehwie nsu agu glass mo ate Martin's liver salt no ba ko no na wo de agum
wo be hu se ehuru wa glass ni mu na wanom Martin's liver salt ye won orange flavor ana ba ko so ye plain
wonu mu a ho beto nemum edi na anu na ho nto wo a ko hu doctor.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knob.
Yeda se afei amonone ensemni. Aka ena ediokron 90 days na America for air to aba. Woma ba womo eto no amanyoku ekratumi mu sese democrat for na no bi ne ebo mamane se Joe Biden na yi ne ho afra kansie no mamanu nti na keka ko Kamala Harris so so no ne be Frank Etuni ambani ampa party no Frank Etu ni dibre no akwadi ne nsama menti na wose oyi na bedi ekiram wone ne be ko osano emu enura na ho amane bo e ba ches na wotwe awie yom tututu ho anamon e Martin Wells sese de yeyi ne se ono na ebebo Kamala Harris chidom ewo Democrat for FM ewo abosome miense di yanim aba yebeto no emu na enura enwumre ewo Philadelphia na Tim Wells ekokọ kasa ye ebra ye da na di se wono ne Frank Etuni abedi ekire mu de kire sem aba no mbeto no November no ewo se eye Democrat for free se Republican for de wo mo Frank Etuni anade wo hwere di kind Donald Trump sabi oyeni panyi yimu dodo ana nyi yimu na chi oyepesamenkumenya na chechemu no tema sa chirem bio de akyerese se wakaka na nipa na wo hwe ba bia wonu wo free ni nchi chese oya America de share people wo man hodo wonne efa ne fa atiye owa adwempa ne nepa bebre susunti se omanfo hwe eto aba de mo wo na wo mo bekrukru no makrakra no mahyehyɛ ama de ehia ma America bia wone nkoso mu no wo mo nsa atimi aka enti se ye kasa de wono so afropa omafrase akasa wo kyerɛ ne fam de de ekyire de ntia wo se obabɛyɛ omampani abedi ekyire ewo America man mu ne de ntia wo se democratfoɔ etokoso ekuta oman no ebu emu
na yabekwa kowie kase boyi ewo agudiem UEFA Champions League qualification no guso round 1 no na Karaba ane Ludogorets ana wo musiaye ama Ludogorets wo metra mo bobre say this year UEFA no munya bi ombebo to mo so ekam yenu ena gu Karaba afo atena mu a Karaba afo ye ya na ba ko pe no mutumi teye ti akense ni ba na wie na Ludogorets wo ma hyem yenu Karaba etimu ba ko Mambo FF wamne Pauk Asia ya no Pauk Asia mienu ana Mambo fo nso so yire wo mo ho a eje UEFA Champions League nti ye titim tipa za teams wo wiase wo mo ti kan mienu nyina mo mo kweti ponko na ye na Midland wo mo ne Ferencvaros wo mo sia ye no Ferencvaros etina ho mo Midland foi aswa kamienu enegu digu wa matena mu a eya ne supporters ya mudi Ferencvaros yi wo mati nimse wo mo beti agwanu ko na wie na kamienu na Midland digu Ferencvaros wo matena mu no wo mantumi antum ba akokra ama Midland foi edi nkunim Dynamo Kiev any Rangers omokun ateponko obi a se no ka baako Sparta Prague FCSB ka baako na nkomu fi so wo de no abekọ FCSB foi beti kan ma ne ye 1-1 Lily ane Fenerbahce ade sia so no Lily chef na bati kamienu ama Fenerbahce timu ba ko pe Salzburg 120 ade sia so no Salzburg say 20 ya kamienu ama 20 timu ba ko pe 20 eduonu tina wo ma Salzburg say wo mu mienu a mu ba ko na 20 etiye na na agude ni bi be ko so Slavia Prague wamne Royal Union SG ebebo na Slovan Apple wamzo so wamde esi ani Olympic Games semi-finals no ma no US Asia Germany baako omentumi ante na Brazil and Spain Brazil se mienu ma Spain Brazil se nan Spain ti mu mienu enti Brazil la se Spain na yeina ya de so no womu esi ensoma dware akan swimi no nanka etwase womu koye training enra na training no na penifo etwam ese training no emaso na sentia training ne maso no penifo tiremu a inso na womu koye training ni womu no riverside womu say polluted riverside bibia bem ama enye se won betom so mu dware na penfo wi mu no me se enso bia ye dware wo mu no ya friday bi entorokosi bacteria e was sa entorokosi no ekodru pepenso bia nsa na wo matumi atom mu dware na sa entorokosi bacteria no wo mu kire mu a genus of lactic acid bacteria phylum Bacillota ni na wo nsuo nim ya gram positive kosi gwanya no na wunya streptococcus anu nsu betumi de egun nsuo nim na wo munya ni na gallinarum ni na kan raffinosus awase wo nsuo nim sa no mu Africa nti wo mo hwe na duduo ni riverside nim enti ama chemu say wase training na wa mu ye no mu twam na wa mu kope eta entorokosi ni bebre begum na duru standard nansa na wa matom enti say sa riverside ade ni bebre ni munti ana ma training no wa mu tu sheda no
kasebo no asi akenkaifo a mote yenken eyemi nana ya kunedu meni
ahine nana kwame amo
ye de chasida ma Susie Aba Center for DCB men capsules abaye meme Power Johnson na meye bikem na wonum bia boa wo nhye katita wai afei CB women obafe chikromu ya wen kabone ni ade wo ahemfie na duro no ne de CB soap pedicure siesie na ho na efefefe wo pharmacy ne chemical stores 0247111671 0247111671 and 0246578750 Medima for Herbal Center opokwa se mayra wo se omanfo mre wo ne san mo ne Dr. Time da so wo pa wo stroke bi aba wo poso na asisi ade na nyare wanka ye wo di eho dwuma 0244774282 0244774282 and 0500727215 JA Binding the bind stain remover and you buy 20 disinfectant if you ho ye pa bind stain remover no e feeling keka wa sink no walls na ho e from ho e me fie hot kama na new buy 20 disinfectant na kumwa no a e ma yare nso ye hu bibi nso ye mfa ye ne hu I was told say try ehwe hia akese na ketwam convenience store na wo ho no krebi wo ho akese mu te say Malcolm China Mall Shoprite Game Dream Bell my 11 0243104883 0243104883 and 0541808096 yeah well this way chocolate drink kokoso faso kan adiachi obatampa de ono be hia ka ho a eni sushi ya mamu nyina achi
Ghana muntie na mansanya so adawroko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Twem so betumi a. Hey, now Becca. Ya John to mami and duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibian so beri ni waware ni a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. We den kan no tumu ho. Me be mo anu so hye kura de aka ho. Wo hade e wapi ho. O ka se batete e da fom won.
This way chocolate drink.
Crash up a baba worry. Ye fear say this way chocolate drink ya sorry no pa no ne yenom. Ye bi hye fridge nom no snack. Ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo. Ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a. This way chocolate drink ne yenom. And this way no ti ano a he se kire wom koko wom prick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so se.
This way chocolate drink.
De wo hia ani so se.
FDA ahwehwe se adwede nkrato emu agye atum se eye.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized. Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Ghana Montie, na mansanya so adawro kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan e wo neat 100.9 FM.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
Tumoya, Monche ye ye politicians there, ye they are no yet there. Honestly, and tokwa si wo Ghana nyina na amansani nyina nye obi ana dibo. Enema mienu, ohia any politicians. Asemba ko abeka wo tekrema so no e chense kan. I want to tell you, do your politics well. Don't let politicians deceive you. Muhu yesi ye wono wani eji echinji a yenko ntokwa wo. Ye wi a ye frustra ko numti nam ne ye wi. Mo ana moto. Me catch them on Okwari. There are people here. And Omuhumia, Omusi Omutiase, or Safumafu or Himfa, and MPP. Ninu Kuma AGYEMAN or NDC. Shelia Ite or NDC, no a minister. Ninu Penny Professor Ite or MPP. NDC lawyer Larry Ajeti or NDC. Ne Papa Wakababy Peter Lajeti or MPP. Samuel Jinapo or Himfa or MPP. Ninu Penny John Jinapo or NDC. Me and me Jina Hay, me or MPP. Me new Penny Kamara or NDC. Ye fear ye dako. Mo na mbedako. Me matina me jina me catch them man. Me who opposition dawo. Me party deɛ wakɔ opposition, but me nkasa me nkɔ opposition. Look, wɔn mu na ti hɔ no. Look, me who opposition da. Me party MPP akɔ opposition, but me deɛ me nkɔ opposition. Because NDC wɔ power me didi. Kamara me kɔ no hɔ ma me score bɛ ma me. Ɛnɛ me wɔ part me wɔ power. Bibi hia na ɔbɛfrɛ me. Yɛ kasa da na ma who opposition no. Enti mo ndwin. My party and my content. That's the only thing.
Let me brief you, update you on the debt restructuring, which is one of the major achievements this government has made. We decided to restructure our debts because it was one of the requirements by the IMF. We started with the domestic debt exchange program. The domestic debt exchange program was a very successful program, achieving 95% participation. And on this note, I would like to appeal to the people of Ghana to forgive us. To forgive us. It is never the intention of any government to impose hardships on its people. More so, the MPP government that has demonstrated that we want to reduce the burden of the Ghanaian people. And I will show why this government has, from the beginning, tried to reduce the burden of the Ghanaian people. That same government cannot impose hardship on the same people. It was a necessary, very important decision at the time that if we avoided it, our economy will not recover such as it has recovered today. The decisions we made and all the support you gave us, the people of Ghana, during the DDEP has contributed largely to the recovery our economy is seeing today. And this is why I want to appeal to you to forgive us. But also to thank you, the people of Ghana, to thank you on behalf of the President for the sacrifices, for the efforts that you all have made in participating in the domestic debt exchange program that saved our economy. And so I thank you very much for that support you gave to the government. But we also negotiated our debts with our external creditors. It wasn't only domestic debt, but also our external debts. First, with our official bilateral creditors. The official bilateral creditors are the countries that we owe: Germany, United States of America, United Kingdom. And the total debt involved was $5.1 billion. $5.1 billion. We negotiated with them and we achieved a debt service relief of $2.8 billion United States dollars. What does that mean? From 2023 to 2026, the debts we were to pay to Germany, to America, to Britain, to Japan, to China, we are not paying those debts. They've asked us not to pay. We will start the payment after 2026 at a relatively cheaper interest, spread over some 19, 18 years. That is what your government has negotiated. $2.8 billion we would have paid. We are not paying that money. We will pay it later at a lower interest, spread over several years. Then we also had the Eurobond, our Eurobond holders, involving $13.1 billion. Again, we negotiated with them, we reached an agreement. And as a result of that strong negotiation, we achieved so much. Number one, they have given us complete cancellation of $4.7 billion, cancelled out of the $13.1 billion. 4.7 billion United States cancelled from the 13.1 billion. That alone reduced our debt to about 9 billion. That is what we have negotiated on behalf of the people of Ghana. In addition to cancelling 4.7 billion, they've also given us a debt service relief similar to what our official bilateral creditors gave us. This time, they gave us $4.4 billion. The bilaterals gave us $2.8 billion in debt service relief. The Eurobond holders gave us $4.4 billion that we would have paid. We will not pay between 2023 and 2026. We will pay that later. So these negotiations we have done is the reason I am confident that by 2027 we will have reduced our debt to GDP to around 55%. Once we start implementing this agreement, you will all see how much our debt stock will fall. It will fall significantly and create so much space.
Yamakwa be the bend 100.9 so. Jomedia your friend Ghana Montie midin de McJerry OSEI AGYEMAN. Media said them makwa be na manfo no so e wa ha. Media said them makwa do da me ado me producer. Na media said I ama abena frame abankro na na ya usafo. Besi aboaje na ye me immediate boss me supervisor. Or tenetene ya there be I have had there be a day we men can say I say Besi aboaje mo asamai kese mo se mo obi a friend Darling Boy original na gazawa Dr. Father Dixon na ono na ye executive producer May General Manager Kennedy Asante say Esquire lawyer ni ono na eye obo Father Chido ena dwumadi ye de bere wuyo na enwa che dwumadi no nim mo a moye serial callers any serial texters but can we be na dwumadi no ekonkan onso ene medamase afei mo ni nkrofo bi nso wo mo ye buruta mo ase ye argument a mudi atem no ye damase pa mo ye fanta buruta mo ase ye argument a mutwa boye no me ne kwabena wo me twa bo kwabena wo me twa bo McJerry ale me damase ya me shiramo enya mo aka ba bia yadu ye nuru ho hwe ma ya de papa mo mu di atem no ami shiramo pa na monso a mo boy abaso the argument a monso a mo boy abaso e McJerry waka no kra ni pa kwabena we ye champion the whole day me am business partner bi eja mene ne yen kakra akra e se nyan hite my de ezu yenim se yen wu ye de den a ye be hite yenim se de a ye be hite no so ye blind man then you fra our Ghana Education Service almost special education unit wo na sabrante we oyndc ni kra chen eye jo maama etore bi ogaza na mza na wo rade yes because NDC wo mo eye disability desk no okan wem say oye national coordinator ya ase McJerry catcher kwa bena say the whole Ghana journalist say okan okrepa ya kwabramafo wo the okan radio no so bia anye apart from business ameno be the okan radio no so ne the bia no ye hey Gilbert baby I will be a mechia what Gilbert mo Gilbert mo kan say mechia no oye sharp guy very sharp guy ete Gilbert baby I will be a nano pe mi filisa menchia na awmachi da wan frɛ oka wa me enya no no be 3 ya bo be 315 no wa frɛ me na ya bo business nkomo na onim ya bo nkomo na wie na ode atwa to okwa makwabna mafo nkasa wo de wo se hunu na awudi o na kwabna no wa se wakasa ma me de palo ka to na no pe hey and then me damas want mo ye bruta na me sign wo Gilbert Ejare ta Gilbert Ejare nso ono nso oye ni freni ono nso ye blind man me no ka say o read law at University of Ghana or your political or your student of political science or your adwuma we kuapem not na sa Gilbert Ejare ono nso ye MPP ni kura chen na nado I been out for we no. O young people ni chen anado. Na so asa na McJerry wutu so de a we na 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 me say are my de. Itu de na makwara mafo ka kasa nsem na na so to a wotwa no nti o mark nti se ana o ga. O mark itu de a wo ye no a to a we na. Itu a makwara mafo ka kasa no. Na me say na nipa no oche na adwen naka ema me manager na adwen o and also be tira adwen okra mitimi invite oba program so ete mo Gilbert Ejare ono so MPP disability desk no ono so national coordinator mo position no yes I think national coordinator Eterness am na mfo emechia mopa wo mu nyina ye blind but they are very sharp oben papa omu nyina nso esa de Gilbert o Ete na chiamo pa. Na munim say ya wonkrofo bi won so mutie yen. Na woman de woman na ye the majority group. Ono a on text ono a on frɛ. Ye ka se wa edin no oti no radio na chi no utie. Woman do so papa. Ene sa fo ni nyina me mama chewate pa cho me oti sen. Bejiri se mo ho ye mo de ane ye ntem nka ho. Mo no de mo nsam ni nyina hye mutirim. Woman na so ko ballot box mu a asa Duma odibedi wo ballot box mu no. Waye di ono on text ono on frɛ. Mo so ye da masepa because wo mo so ne tie yen a ye takra na ekese ye. Etene ye chiobia. Mo mutie yen ye chiamo papa ya mi chiramo. Emom se munya kakra amumre bi why. O de body kakra o de be beje, banche o de be beje, bare beje. We into se di into so ne bo na ba from kakra. Say into the dey season. Me ade ba akwabra ne bo eye den a na mi nsu hu bebre eye atoso de o. Ara me no na ka say o. A bit say into mo fa de mo kan za atoso de mo kan ze. They say normal way food ingredients, you know. And toast, jene, moko, nyadwa, I do go friends say. Kwa unsusua. Okay. Kuntumre. Then no mano. Don't. First, oh, be my. And one if you say, and can no. Say, your mamma, me aduani we are normal to soon and toes are ban normal to go. Mokwaba normal to Eddie good and feature ho. Would the other one say 50? It's a open toes are fetched to one aqua titibi. Meko no aqua cottage. Enkruma, enkruma.
Sir, dear, display. And near Masono. And them say, I couldn't. Yes. I said, and I say, me be near to me as I knew money in a mebra. The display murano. Yeah. We decide, no. Mebra nina. Mebra say as I say, no. Yes. Mebra we decide in Nina. Namasa bra genetically modified foods, no mebra nina. Yania manua a grow natural, no. Yes. And no na eye papa. And eye papa. Because the engro natural no ni nyina do how brain. But I am minim say empenim foi. Enti so mo kwatena ho na ye impose bibi se wo mo kon. No mo gi atomu anti a wo mo nhakura. Genetically modified foods say ebro. Yeah. Sisi aya ni aya de no a enka ututu wie emfa nse ubu odi asepata watutu opese udua bi a wasebi no akwa no sisi abem safofra ye de ba no udua wie na wuche no ano no tise ukoto bi na nipanda senia sisi ne viable. Yes, na nipanda senia tena wa say is the best yanje science say nintum sani omani nyina mesen kamebran we decide ya ye display nwura no mebra ni nyina aka ho kura na mire ntumi mfiri mire kura se mire wan de ne first pa mire kwadende kwadende for oh and we baby to say apantem wow show na apantem won sa won kwan no so udru pukroma na wafa won sa be ko boada ka kwan no apantem say nka ne yekọ hwa mmiri afifisa na nka yekọ eno anse waton chini o kunto bibia bi eno anse waton chini kokọ ibi wo ho wombe twan kokọ yi itire na chese bibia ekoyie mmiri afifi enwanie enkankom enti won de chese wo kọ akurase a yenya anse waton chini ena wo kọ nyinahini a
udru nyina hini a enye nyina hini po wunru nyina hini ba udru taakrom ya okro bi ya fra taakrom ete taakrom no onso na me na koko e wo ho papa ago se ye ko me na me papa ye ko taakrom a sabre no o na bi so eje se ye ko a pamna de ehia ne se ya pa sichiri kakra milk kakra ya pa eye your friend say mulu kakra
enchene kakra
na ya ton chene enoa no de ye hia ye nchene ubedu taakrom emponchi na egugu hoi kokoyi kokwa ne de o hye dua so no sabre se ye ko ye free dwabe ne ye kodu taakrom a eno no ye kodura ansa na dwo no akoko bia obewe bia waso be hye ye be kyese ankoko no nyina na ye bua wo mo ade achi a de wo fuo de aman ya ohia ye nchene meko wo ho bibia bi wo ho so ho ede se no ma unhu ni nyina bi
unhu bibia
ayira
ye be penna genetically modify enkwa emre kura first ne enye sie sumpo na na efri etumi firi wa asase pese so etumi firi wa asase pese so emre na sum wo bebre
ba wuja fo se ayetete krom ntine ya kasa na yakwa kurase okwa kurase a ni ko sa
ebi ni ho
eni ko e just eni ko to say first no so they say because kane no say no ma ye na kurase kura asase kura mafo atwitwa kura de sida
omudi bi ye galamse
ni what to say first no
o de ye ebi ndum de ye galamse
samo Zambebre.
Oh. Now we can a union no asem. Ye koye na ye weekend. From Pong. Omo last born what do wusu. Bam send ni Efra no we did 3 years.
Oh, many yeah, okay.
Yeah, Efra no we did 3 years. Yeah, but when me say wetumi akosku a man de ochra de wo tufu praso secondary.
Yeah. Eti o to wana sa wo se untimi yehwe a.
Nti mekoye na oka se na ne bra pani yira wo wonkran alese wusu fojo. Na ne ma me ba ne nkyenti e ka wo no nko a na akromfo ba ne dem. En wo mbesesa ne TV ne laptops ne mobile phones ne sa ne omani nyina no owo ho wotenti mu obi anso ente emwa bia ama ya nti wo mosesa ne niam nyina akọ na sa akromfo no ho o market ya nam kwa so ba
asamo kamera yanye we yan kan a statement enra say enra dey to the statement about beto ani amefa kese na metima kan wo so ye we MPP Ashanti region Yambo Suto na fe Yambo Nra sama hudo ina de madi okay aja for to way aye statement every MPP ewo Asante mantem na baba betuja Yambo Suto mfama I'm say that my church on the say how much statement and money akese na ye mu bi etumi aka ni tent when OSEI Ashanti Regional Council of Elders appear Menkas residents and Uju Kumase press statement by Ashanti Regional New Patriotic Party Council of Elders subject Ashanti Regional MPP Council of Elders brokers reconciliation with Kwabena Owusu Aduomi Kwabena no Ejoso, Yoko independent candidate. The Ashanti Regional MPP Council of Elders at its meeting on Monday, 5th August 2024, brokered a reconciliation with Kwabena Owusu Aduomi, a member of the party and former Deputy Minister of Roads and Highways, who stood as an independent candidate during the Ejoso by-election. Engineer Owusu Aduomi respectfully responded to overturned When you overturn to overtures made by the Council of Elders and honored an invitation by the council aimed at getting him back into the fold. In a meeting characterized by frank and open discussions of issues that have happened in the past, Owusu Aduomi announced to the delight of the members of the Council of Elders that he has put everything behind him and went on to announce his return to the party unconditionally. He emphasized that his umbilical cord is planted in MPP and that the MPP runs through the veins of his blood. Furthermore, Engineer Owusu Aduomi pledged to talk to his supporters and bring them back to the party. In a speech, the chairperson of the Council of Elders, Mrs. Rosemont Appiah-Minka, on behalf of the council, thanked Owusu Aduomi profusely for honoring the invitation of the council and, more importantly, for deciding to come back to where he belongs to. She also indicated that there is no doubt Owusu Aduomi is a force to reckon with in the Joso constituency, Ashanti region, and beyond, and that his coming back to the party will go a long way to bolster the fortunes of the MPP in the December 7th elections. On his part, the Vice President of the Council of Elders, Dr. Musa Jibril Kabel, appealed to the generality of the MPP members to accept the return of Owusu Aduomi wholeheartedly, who signed Victor Owusu Jr., Secretary. Onananensa Eshasie. Statement in the Son Crown, one more day. Funi omucha ya to so. Adansi. Yeah. And infuni da so. When did the Bible told you Germany ankwai?
Abusiafo we New Patriotic Party MPP Amanyoko Council of Elders and woman ye kase. Womu so womu ama asumdua ba MPP ne kwabena Owusu Aduomi ntem. Enti sisi oye MPP ni. Ashanti Regional MPP Council of Elders na womu ye meeting na ye dadwada August de tosunum. Na womu ne kwabena Owusu Aduomi atna ase kasa ya kwabena Owusu Aduomi oye former Deputy Minister of Roads and Highways ya ogina independent wa adwuso. Engineer Owusu Aduomi ebra woto nsafre no wode obuo ne ani die ma Council of Elders ema wode wo frɛ no so ekoye na ebra meeting ekoso no ye ma kwan sɛ obia nka de ha no ampa wo kyerɛ ne de wo mu nyina toato agene ha ana afo wo mu nyina agene kɔ benkrom sɛ afiati ni abofo enti wono a kyerɛ sɛ MPP Amanyoko ne edi twa ne mfunuma ena MPP moja ena nam ni mu ha wontumi ntunu nsunu ngonkofa asa wansem to wasa back MPP Amanyoko no na obesom one ne supporters nyina bekɔ akɔkasa wo mu nso back chairperson ma Council of Elders ye Miss Rosemont Appiah-Minka en wogina council ne nyina nemu da Owusu Aduomi ase yato nsafre no obai obuo ne anidi a wode ama wonum wɔn sɛ kuntunwa ya ne ntia na ekro nti wo saba ne nti wo ma agina wa etu obeboa ejisu constituency asante mantem nyina obeboa sade be ya December 7th wo mbetumi ewini Vice Chairman Emma Council of Elders ne Dr. Musa Jibril Kabel and one the other srade ma MPP Amanyoko ma wo ma tia de nyina se wo bia emra afei yewura Owusu Aduomi bana waba no MPP ni bia nso nje na wa etu wo mo tapechawa
enti when statement free Asante Mantamaba yene secretary Rebecca sa na wa ma further details ye course no yanko abe fonten town man so de ntwe sama hodon so edi ahim eno so emu aseda ye de be ma peacefmonline.com cdnewsroom.com, myjoyonline.com, check out ghana.com, star FMGH, any other relevant news portals. So, I'm going to buy a bear from the town, Manasono. Yeah, there's some out Edinburgh will need 100.9. Now, straight away to Boku. National Security Ministry justifies 6 million budget, slams Ayariga's unfortunate position. The Ministry of National Security has described as unfortunate the Member of Parliament for Boku Central, Mahama Ayariga's position on his budget allocation to address the Boku conflict. According to the ministry, the statement made by the MP will reignite tensions and endanger the lives of the personnel of state security and intelligence agencies in the area.
Abusiafo mama yare Ghana kofa asemi baaye no wokyerɛ sɛ National Security Minister yesebasebasa ya baboko enti wo munhye na asomdwe mra. National Security wankwa minister no bosumi bia okwaje 6 million Ghana cedis na wose ode koboko. Na sike na mama yare ga kyerɛ sɛ ade apote na papa edi sike yi kwa akoye na sika no sondodo na no na National Security for omotese asam no a Boko Central mra sebedeni mama yare ga ka no enye ebetumi kura de basabasa ya bampotemu
ane yeka asemi ni fie Boko ono so ese ehwe na ehojo
by Magdari.
Yes.
6 million Ghana.
Kwabna someone yes security person. Onye security person.
Magdari security person.
Ye bisa eye your friend say. What's the name? Orakanda pa. National Security Minister. Baba, sikano mo de kwa.
Mo de ye dey.
E dey na mo de ye. But let me tell you, when so ontimi bebu ho akonta. Na bibia di perfect re Ghana for.
Mo akonta dia obi abeka de opedi afa ho.
Tie the American. The anti-America say say where ye security matters.
Magdari metuase about security matters na abrofo no
e classified.
Abrofo no mu akonta.
Ye mfa nto abonten.
Ani omu nkwahwe wa kukuam ni ehu ade kura wode ye.
Because kukuam na bia onkotire because I will never encourage say odi bibia ba beto abonten no kura no woni ba bofo no kasa omo nkasa ankyero. Etu de omo nkwahwe kukuam.
Magdari me kura sa ade no me ni wo mu nya agene.
Yeah.
Say ye di sika call defense, ye di sika call interior, ye di sika call national security ye mu hu akonta.
Ye bu hu akonta but meto dwa because nobody be ho ye di sika ne ya. Ente se ba beto dwa.
Enti wo mu nkwasha kukuam no wo mu nkwaye ne yenhwe. Na 6 million Ghana cedis every month.
Na kwabra mo so wo mu nya ntokwa de kwa.
60 billion.
Now say
na dia nkwa no wo de kwa manage wo ho.
They don't also because for now no me azumu so say obi de sika ehu alcohol
sika ne de ehu Magdari 6 million Ghana cedis ye sika ketwa
enye sika ketwa ene ti yes wo musu nyan tokwa
anya ye ni anya
wo musu nyan tokwa na ka 6 million wey bosumi bi let us say afimu no we are talking about 66 million yana makonta nenye
na trese ensamu a ye ka say conflict ya ye kokokoso yi ebi wo ho a na politicians hu bumbom no ebi betumi aye nokore wo
no so be ade na me ye
ebi betumi aye nokore
ya ka me tiase
entokwa aya ekoso yi
yeah
dudu ono a enya ni nyina ba dudu ono a wo mu se politicians sembi meaning ebinumu benefit free sa conflict no
okay one mom na de ko wie
that is it
now why not benefiting from this man
ebinumu benefit
and I may say why not
it could be anybody it could be me it could be you
yeah me disagree with you because I need him say conflict in be her amanyo forces
yes
but in this instance no what can material benefits and I said
material benefit beka ho na wa hye sa sika bebrebe ante sei
so da bia mo na wo boku ya say asem geto wo mo wa say cars won from mo wa ga na say cars e betwa mu wu
Magdari
betwa mu ha ko boku da
metre say sɛ saa na teɛ deɛ a ɔhu sɛ ɛtɔ da bi a na asɛm ni fie asɛm ni fie o but saa nneɛma wei ɛna tumi kɔtotwe nsɛm ba nti saa ntokwa kɔ so wɔ akakra yɛ kɔmanagyi a ɛyɛ 6 million Ghana cedis every month ɛne ɛnkɔ so wɔn nkɔ so anko na kyerɛ sɛ wɔn nkɔ so ako no every month be a 6 million every month be a 6 million nti afi baako yɛ sɛn wode a 10 month ya sɛn 66 million Ghana cedis
pamina wɔn so nya ntokwa no wɔn gyaa yɛ ankasa ade we nyina ma meto ya
ntokwa no ebi nso wɔ hɔ a ntokwa no bi wɔ hɔ no mu a saa de wei ama mehunu sɛ ntokwa no bi wɔ hɔ a nkɔfoɔ na kreti just to benefit them.
Ekofo said that creating tokwa.
Oh, it's possible.
Na who creating tokwa na nye nipa na eko.
Nipa na eko ba se onu benefit.
Babrabo kra wasa ayema amemo anyway na.
Ebi benefit.
Yeah, politicians there. Yeah, they are no yet there. Honestly, and tokwa esi wo Ghana nyina na amansani nyina nye obi ana diba. Enema mienu ohia any politicians. Asemba ko abeka o tekrema so no e chense kan. I want to tell you, do your politics well. Don't let politicians deceive you. Muhu ya se ye wono wani eji echinji a yenko ntokwa o. Ye wi a ye frustra ekonum ti nam ne ye wi. Mo ana moko. Me catch them on okware. There are people here enne omuhumia omusi omuti ase osafumafo o himfa enye MPP ni nuakuma agyemafo o NDC shelia ite wo NDC no o minister ni nuapeni professor ite o MPP NDC lawyer Larry Ajeti wo NDC ne papa wakababi Peter Lajeti wo MPP Samuel Jinapo o himfa o MPP ni nuapeni John Jinapo o NDC mi ami gina hai mi wo MPP mi ni apeni Kamara o NDC ye fie ye dakom mo na mbe dakom mi matina mi gina o mi ka kire mo anoko mi hu opposition da o mi party dia wa ko opposition ba mi nkasa mi ko opposition look o mu na ti wono look mi hu opposition da mi party MPP a ko opposition ba mi dia mi ko opposition because NDC wo power mi didi Kamara me ko no ma mi score be ma me enne me wo part me wo power bibi hia na obefre me ye kasada na ma hu opposition no enti mondwin mayem ma party emme mayem atempia that's the only thing me dem.
It is obi besada creating tokwa adwen honorable Boniface Abubakar Sadiq say enukreso obi besada creating tokwa nipa no creating tokwa na se na kotina ni fie why na ebeko
my daddy say me fa ne say entokwasi wo ma baasa na ma baasa kurom ho no me na me ko patent kwa no yese me nkoma naji na me ko no bosumi bia wo de 6 million kura de doso ye ma me 2 million Ghana cedis me nkoma naji every month bia na mabeje na me de kwa every month bia na mabeje na me de kwa Marasa anya shekura de ntokwa no bekọ so wan ya. Sade be ya magiska bebre de akọ.
Yo.
Majadi atode bi a wo aya na asem ni ho. But as time goes on na de tin ade esa ne yantini mu bie wo ne ma bi ho. Say o free security analysis fo ya. Ebi se ntokwa no politicians nyi wo mu hu mfiri mu. Ebi benefit ebisi emrantie ye egu hoyi why na waska odi koto se atuo no na empanimfo bi taye kire the possibility say the security analysis for kan ebetumi aye no kore no eye high.
Okay.
Won na wa sa sika ne de womun kombisa no ho asa
6 million or see afibia wa justify
even
the statement require me pena me mediator na
womun bisa na nya asem ye bi na ne wa ka no wa abontin
asem de
wo kire mu wa enye
oh there be say on kire no ama pote a sika no ko ye ba wa kire here when he says he team 6 million every month.
Every month.
Okay. For I want.
Hey. National security one kwa.
Yeah, kwa anyway.
Abrofu one.
But na kwa anyway.
Meba. West Ham United for. Omu player bi ona o set 10 jersey Kudus se 14. Obia oya striker. De bia no agi yellow card. Mati bia waji yellow card. Abrofit na sidin se obia oya striker. And then na mati bia waji yellow card. Omu kose mu a sana ne nan fofo akọ bet we na chi so obaji yellow card. Inti ayape nia but yene no eniema wo ho a ye nsisem eni yesisem nso ye hu no kura na setere sam na akope ne ba bi ada entokwa ekoso wo mmea hodo no ya adebete yesi wo jammom adebete yesi wo jammom yesi etuo toto wa ha bisasa sa mrante no omu wesika omu di kototuo but enkofo benefit and the free to Kwanwa innocent souls aircono and call for benefit.
So what do we do?
I am very bad. As
a yeah, okay. And call for benefit. Who are the beneficiaries?
They are there.
Okay. Now
some are politicians.
What contact wow contact what they say we are doing no.
And be a politician.
And I say wow contact be a benefit no. Bo are doing no.
Woman to because
it is a Nipana influence who say Kwana Kokua. That's one Kokua. And Nipana benefit. Like I say, I can't want me. Like Rebecca wants him. Like Rebecca wants him. It's a chance you have free for more. Young Queen. 4 arrested for tampering with meters. ECG faces 77,000 laws, 77,000 Ghana cedis laws. 4 individuals, including 3 Ghanaians and a Chinese national, have been detained by the police for their involvement in the manipulation and installation of meters from the Electricity Company of Ghana.
Abusiafo ya si ati nipa 9. Ya se nipa 9 ne mumi yansa ya Ghana fo na ba ko ya time de ni. Sisi a wo mu wa posifo akache se wo mu di meters ni bi bobo ECG fo meter ni bia enya kwan paso nti wo mu ewa posifo nsem sisi a
Commander resident to protest leasing of sugar factory to Indian firm. Residents of Commander are preparing to protest against the leasing of the sugar factory to an Indian firm next week. That is now you be you.
Abusiafo adesia wo Commander eno wo Commander de na eguafo abrem na eye wo yekyere wo mu si wodom fo ye adom a wo mu buabua wo mu se wo mu ba ye wo yekyere pa no adin Commander sugar factory no wo mu si wo mu de ma India fo bi na wo mu de aye aduma wo mu si wo mu nte ase.
City depreciation. Let's ensure predictability and stability in 2024 elections. Buckman appeals to EC. Professor of Finance at the University of Ghana, Godfred Buckman, has appealed to the Electoral Commission to create reasonable predictability and certainty in managing elections in the country, particularly the upcoming election.
Abusiafo oya professor wa bin wosikasemu akuntebuo o University of Ghana, Professor Godfred Buckman na kase. Wodi adesrade e Electoral Commission say abaye ba beto no wo mu ma niam mra fom sikasem wo mu ma bibia mra fom said ye be ya ye beto aba ne be wi obi ya ho beto no.
Holding politicians accountable is challenging Kofi Abuchi. The Dean of UPSA Law School, Professor Kofi Abuchi, has highlighted the challenges of holding political actors accountable for their promises to citizens. And according to the Dean, politicians often make grand promises to win votes but fail to honor them once in power because no one holds them accountable.
Abusiafo wa Dean UPSA Law School, Professor Kofi Abuchi, and waka say you was say politicians no wɔn ka nsɛm bi a ɛsɛ sɛ yɛ mma wɔn bu ho akontaa paa na wɔkyɛ sɛ politicians yɛba abɛto aba sɛ yi a wɔn ka nsɛm bebree nso bebree ɛnni so ne nyinaa nso ne sɛ yɛn kyɛk wɔn mu mmisa ne sɛ asom esi hɔ bɛntɛn asɛm wɔ yi a wɔka wɔntumi ɛnni so wɔbɛyɛ ne daba yi.
CTAC demands immediate implementation of awards amid strike. The Colleges of Education Teachers Association of Ghana, CTAC, has reiterated its decision not to end their strike until the arbitrary awards are implemented. CTAC for strike. Baby,
sɛ mpanimfoɔ sɛ na wɔn yɛ because ɛyɛ nimgua system. So wɔn ate atua all this why. Debbie.
Okay. Ma yankwa amano so yene Professor Godfred Bokpin, Professor of Finance at the University of Ghana, yene no evening komo. Prof Mache.
Mr. Mawachi, any TFO in Pachempom to say.
Yanko pardon boko yedase se webisa na so yes and as be many a brain so and when you're mind. All right. Now, Prof, what do you foot to be the Ama Electoral Commissioners, the titru pano? Efa Ghana, you see, Casameto to ye any about to a year by Beko Chilmuma.
Without Nana make understand. Oceania, what is happening to the city right now, apart from measures, central bank, Ediato, and now so. Near a buying so now, you can see some level of pressure that is coming on the city is also election related. The governor of Bank of Ghana has also spoken about that. Under the Fourth Republic, in almost all elections that we've had, we can talk about 2000, 2008, 2012, 2016, and then maybe we can say 2020. 2020, we didn't see a lot of the pressure on the currency because Bank of Ghana was actively building reserves towards the 2020 election, for which reason they allowed the city to depreciate in 2019 without supporting the city as much as they would have done so that they could build reserves towards the 2020 election. So that was what happened in 2020 also. Election years, the city tends to come under pressure. No? It's also about the uncertainty about the elections, not only about the outcome of the election, but perhaps events before, during, and right after the election does not offer predictability and stability. Yes, Anna, there are investors who want to even invest for short term in government instruments or in the private sector. We call them usually portfolio flows or portfolio investment. And now we have those who want to take long-term positions. Those people we can talk about ABR, a foreign direct investment. They want ownership. They are in for long. What they do is because of the uncertainty with the election, they don't know what will happen. They will hold back. When they hold back in terms of portfolio flows, foreign direct investment flows, it tends to put pressure on the city. And all of this is simply because we look at an election more or less as a war across the two main political divides. And we intend to raise the political temperature unnecessarily in an election year. Meanwhile, democracy, a key feature of democracy has to do with elections. we've been organizing elections under the Fourth Republic at least a number of times now. So we should be able to learn from our history, our past, not only in terms of how elections are managed, but election management also feeds into economic uncertainty and weighs heavily on the stability of the local currency, which tends to affect literally everything in this country. That is just the point that I was trying to make. How do we do that? Osha Omeimu, it doesn't matter which political party we are talking about. There is a perception that the government or the party in power tends to have undue advantage. It may be perceived, it may be real, but overall, we've seen MPP complain when they were in opposition. Suspicion about how Electoral Commission does or manages the election. Under the Fourth Republic, we've seen NDC complain when they are in opposition. So across the two main political parties, their behavior and their approach and perception towards the Electoral Commission tend to vary depending on which side of the coin they are. In all of this is also in terms of state institutions and the setup towards election also does not build confidence of the electorate and citizens and business people in the election machinery or election management architecture that we have. So even that we are not abandoning democracy, we have accepted this as our way of life. I think we should be working towards the situation where election can happen without disruptions to business planning, to economic management, and all of that. I think that is just the point that I was trying to make, that we have come a long way as a country. In an election year, entrepreneurs should not be scared about investing. Businesses, investors should not be scared about putting their money in this economy in an election year. Ordinary Ghanaians should not be scared about the outcome of the election or what will happen, and so doing, begin to start foreign currencies in their homes, or others even travel in an election year just to save themselves. I think all of that put together does not help us. I mentioned the case of UK. Of course, they have been practicing democracy for a very long time, but we don't need to go through all that they went through in the early 19th century, 20th century, and now 21st century. We can learn from best practices and overcome whatever challenges they had during their time or their journey. They had their elections a couple of months ago. I mean, it was so normal. People were still going about their business. But for us, it looks as though when an election is coming, it's like do or die or whatever. Everything must come to a standstill. In fact, not only that, we cause major economic disruptions. Major economic disruptions simply because we are organizing an election. All of that does not help us. Hello. So, if you look at where Ghana finds itself right now, it's only because 2020 was an election year, which was also a COVID year. So while government was overspending with the election in mind, they sold COVID as the reason. So if you look at Ghana's fiscal deficit, in other words, the excess expenditure of revenue in 2020, the difference, what we call fiscal deficit, was the highest in Africa. It was the highest. And the data tells us that Ghana never recovered from those election excesses packaged with COVID-19 in mind. And that is what essentially led us into the current crisis we are trying to resolve. There is context to it, and I will tell you why. It is not peculiar to only the MPP, what we saw in 2020. I'll give you an example. In 2012, after President Mills died, there was considerable uncertainty with the NDC that was in government. They had just about 4 months or so to campaign for the 2012 election. After their flag bearer was elected, within that 4 months of running into the 2012 election, the excess expenditure in terms of projected expenditure over projected revenue was huge. So just the last 4 months of 2012, the fiscal deficit that Ghana recorded was unique. Let me put it that way. When we were done with the 2012 elections, our fiscal deficit was more than 12% of GDP. The current account deficit was also double digits. And let me say, based on data, that it was the election excesses of 2012 that took us to the IMF supported program that kicked in April 3rd, 2015, and we exited April 2019. It was largely the election excesses of 2012. So Ghana couldn't recover from that election excess in 2013, 2014, for which reason the president of the country on August 6, 2014, made a call. It was a distress call also to the IMF. That is the data. This is what we have done to ourselves in order to win over the electorates. So across the two main political divides, they are guilty. They have been beneficiaries. So when they are in government, it looks as though they have a way of maybe exercising some degree of control or taking advantage of or whatever, and that creates all kinds of uncertainty. You can examine that since 1992, even to the point where the MPP boycotted one of the elections, the early part of our Fourth Republic, and we cannot continue like this. People are not trading their dollars. That's the truth. People are not trading their dollars because of the election uncertainty.
Okay.
There are businesses that are adopting the attitude of hold and see, and then they will now decide to commit to expansion or investment after the election. But this election, we should be able to organize our elections with minimal disruptions to business and economic fundamentals. This will have not been able to do well, and it weighs heavily on the currency. And back to what I was saying, if you check almost all the major elections or competitive elections that we've had, you see the rate of depreciation of the currency tends to be higher, okay, in some of them compared to 2 years before or even 2 years after. This is what we have been doing to ourselves.
Prof, sir, many for better as ye explanation at the Maya. Na akwa yese edru abato afibia na enam tension na ewo krumuninte no na amanfo bi etese omudo musika be sho manimu na wo hwe said ya yesidi na hoden na ya na wo mo twentwen wo mo na ase ema eba ne sa na ede oyene ede how pressure eba betu yesika 7 so sa na wo pa kire.
Yes, enu ye baako ena yenya so ayeti krumu ha no. Because of the election uncertainty pressure, yeah. Say, although the big grandpa, you empesa ye beton.
Okay.
We want to keep it.
Okay. All right.
Because to some people, no, say BBC see and say, "Oh, be journey from Memoir." Yes, city now the be journey. The city can only go as far as the Togo border. So people build reserves in dollars. Okay, Mamenka, last one. Only say your politicians, they all build reserves towards elections in foreign currency. That's how they hide their wealth. That's how they do it. So active. That's why the black market is more active than the former financial system, because the black market, be a issue, no, they managing the own personal economy or reserves. Time yes and now. At the end of the day, no. You better say that many and I say with this, me penny, me party na who here near the but there at the end of the day, there is the city that suffers, and when the city suffers, it affects all of us.
Okay. We share electoral commission poster. Assurances on Modiamba. We share your security couples from the camp of Ghana Armed Forces, the Ghana Police Service, one more assign IGP, CDS, send their womaka preparations are 1 year towards the elections. Afueno and Shen Krayana.
Let's look at how we have allowed elections to infiltrate state institutions, which undermines trust in those institutions, including the security agencies. Let's just be honest with the situation. The mode of recruitment into our security agencies and other state enterprises or state institutions, politics plays a key role. Maybe we have not taken time as a country to examine this objectively and how this compromises trust in state institutions. And the more we do that, the more we are undermining our democratic credence. That's what we are doing. If you check under the Fourth Republic and you examine it carefully, the mode of appointment to security agencies, Ghana Police, and the rest of them, anytime they are doing major recruitment, people raise issues of abuse. Perhaps you can say that if you talk about our security agencies, you will see how politics along the two main political parties is even infiltrating and affecting unity and objectivity and independence. You saw the tape about the removal of the IGP, right? That was investigated by a parliamentary committee or something. It's not just recently, it's been there with us. The mode of recruitment to our security agencies, and then also when you talk about electoral commission, if you look at how the previous EC chair was removed, over the years, appointment into some of those sensitive state institutions that should be done devoid of political affiliation and consideration, we have not been able to live above that threshold. Even when it comes to the Central Bank of Ghana, we talk about independence of the Central Bank, but you can see how there's political capture, state capture of practically every state institution that should be conceived as gatekeepers of performing independent and objective functions. We have compromised all of them. So by the time the election comes, there is so much harm that we've done to the credibility of these institutions, so much to the extent that the mere statement of assurance and all of that doesn't ease that uncertainty. It doesn't. So for instance, if you look at what happened in UK, US, and other established democracies, how often do we hear of polling agents all over the place? So it's not enough for a political party to trust state institutions like the Ghana Police Service to police the ballot boxes and all of that, and do all these things in such a way that the results will be announced and everybody will take it that this is exactly what happened. So political parties are investing in polling agents, in independent monitoring mechanism. We simply just don't trust the state institutions, including the security agencies. We don't. So the point is that if we continue like this, we are actually undermining our democracy without knowing it. And it will crash one day. That is what we are doing.
Okay. Now, Prof, me pacho, as had your way a reality ana. Yenti ambibisa sa ni. Yenim sa share year 2016. Anampo uko wechi from 1992. Ye perception efa eye womwa ewa bem ho any state institutions a yesusu say ejese womo yo madwuma yie. Sa perception especially yenhwe electoral commission. Oh, esimesi aban aso ne aban no ene ekọ na krana ne aban no na ehwibom na yede aban yedim 2000 aban yedim 2004 2008 yehwe 2008 and their sabre no opposition for ka ohwe 2016 sabre no so opposition for sama womo ekaye edifine the titular electoral commission ho na so ni nyina mo ne to aba ne wie a we na wini a we wini obe declare bibia no ebetimi ama wo sa eye electoral commission and I say the chairperson of the commission a obe declare sa about one own declare it na me bisa say ayana eye mere assumptions or perception and ayede kasa na say eye reality, because if they've been compromised that to abawie, what can you do?
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Sometimes I can say there's no smoke without fire. I can say these two main political parties that have had a chance to govern this country, when they are in power, their behavior is different. When they are in opposition, their attitude towards the EC is different. I'm sure you are aware.
Me aware, pa.
Yes. Why do they do that? Why do they speak a different language when their party is in power in the run-up to the election? They seem to have a lot of confidence in the EC and state institutions. But that same party, when they find themselves in the other side of the coin, they seem to have every suspicion about those state institutions. They know what they've been doing. They know how they use the state institutions. And the reason it happens is that sometimes even there are some of our state institutions, I will not spare the security agencies. Let's look at it objectively. Sometimes the basis for elevation to the top level and all of that works down to political lineage or affiliation. That will not allow us to talk a little bit about the judiciary and all of that. Okay, so Nyame can say gradually, we can say it's perceived, but gradually, this is how we are running down our institutions. Okay. That's the fact. And if you also do the analysis and you listen to the political parties, sometimes when they've won an election, they credit it to the measures they have put in place to monitor the elections at the cost of human lives. That is how they take the credit. This is how they claim victory. That is how they claim victory. So they invest heavily in polling agents, in all of that. People have lost their lives in the name of protecting ballot boxes. That should have been the role of the security agencies. We don't trust the security agencies. If we have to go and keep ballot boxes at the police station overnight, do you think our political parties will sleep? Will they sleep? They will not sleep. They will prefer to keep watch over it in the open space. They will not. Even the party in power may not even trust that. And our security agents, I'm sure they are aware. Maybe they don't want to speak up, But I can tell you, based on our interactions and also what we hear, there is considerable interference, politics infiltrating our security agencies, compromising their objectivity and their relationship with government and the country as a whole. It's not only that. You can see how it plays a role even in other technical institutions like the central bank, even our public universities. It shows up everywhere. Today, your competence, technical competence, qualification, experience may not matter much compared to your political affiliation. And that is why you see virtually every institution, what we are building right now is political structures and not a country. The country may be broke, but political parties can function and without financial constraint. People invest in political parties today than they invest in the country as a whole, because they believe that political parties will be the surest channel to get what you want, rather than building your individual competence and love for the country. What we have done is love for political parties rather than love for country. And that is why, if you look at our governance course since 1992, we've done so well to build political structures, confidence in political structures, rather than state institutions and stuff like that. See mode of appointment to certain sensitive positions in this country.
Professor
Why should a political party raise an issue when government makes nomination to Supreme Court or to the judiciary? What signal does it send?
Now,
we cannot continue like that. There's no future in that. I think we need to reset.
Yes, and no number percent maybe so you. Some politicians say you come say me. Are they learning lessons? It been the same. It been the same, Prof. Yenim tama MPP na wamu opposition. Wamu kaya sa wamu ba bema wambe yi ye maame Charlotte say e ye free ho.
Yeah.
Meaning say some no kaya so na yenim kwanya chairperson of electoral commission so person we yin free ho a enye say anu hunu and ye the yin free ho your processes. Okay, fast forward. Ye maame Jane Mensa ba ye. First interview wa mene sabre na oye deputy general secretary ene oye doctor Peter Boamu Tukono. Mene no first interview after the appointment of Jane Mensa. Aseme free na no ba ya ne say Jane Mensa the NDC ba ya obeko. Oba ya be pamene free ho. Iti ana bibisa say are they learning lessons? Ana no sadia ne wuken. Yen to us one yen na Washa a judiciary, even to the extent of the flag bearer of the NDC. Oshia NDC a lawyer for no kase. One more so ba, one better say, one be promote, one more more dear. If these comments are coming, any dia ononso womu dada, ononso on the appointed a year a nipebi na parliament jitum na one moment the panico. Ebanisana, how do we manage the situation as you said? Say your trust yenisa and just say or mine danchi essay.
Yes, I think that's an important question.
Thank you.
It's not helpful at the end of the day, and I'm hoping that the two main political parties, there are elders in this country. There are very respected people in this country who have had a chance of being in government or state institutions. I think we cannot be quiet for so long. We need to speak up. It's not all the appointment that, let's say, the government or the party in power has made that we will say they don't qualify to be there. The perception, our history, all of that plays a role. For example, if we talk about the Supreme Court, I mean, some of them are highly qualified. So sometimes just that this party is the one appointing or nominating create a certain impression, which may not be supported, or if you look at the qualification of those people. I mean, some of them, if you look at their CV, okay, so for instance, I'll give you an example. I think recently the president nominated 2 people to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
The vetting was supposed to have been done, was it last week or so? There was a little bit of this thing here and there.
That's right.
I think it's been rescheduled to 13th August. Okay? For you know, just for the fact that the current president nominated them, they create a certain impression. But just take time and look at the series of those 2 nominees. Is that okay? Mm-hmm. Very qualified. I mean, the gentleman who was nominated is a professor of law. Look at his record. I mean, the country can't get it better than that. So sometimes you realize that very good, objective people, we allow some of these things to cloud the whole process, and they are tainted. But I think we should be able to live above that, and look at it that, okay, these are very qualified people. But of course, we've also seen instances where some of these appointments tend to be politically motivated, like you mentioned in the case of Madame Charlotte OSEI and all of that. I think let's have a reset. And the research should start probably from 2025. My appeal to any party that wins the election is that let's be moderate, let's be considerate, so that we don't create unnecessary tensions after the election. The country needs to heal, and the rest of it. So I think we should look at it from that perspective, and then see at some point we may have to have some kind of a commission of inquiry into all of these things, for instance, which also manifest explicitly in state capture and political capture. We saw recently in the sale of the hotels, Senate hotels, and how the public reacted, TUC and the rest of them. Okay? We've seen many of them manifesting in state capture. You come to professional institutions, technical institutions, and you see how people are bent on promoting their political party rather than the interest of, if that comes to power, they can use that channel to get to certain positions. It's happening all over. At the end of the day, it doesn't help productivity. It doesn't help the common good. And I think that is how we should look at it. And I believe that the media, even if you look at the media in Ghana, you can see the media landscape is politically infiltrated. The media landscape. And gradually shaping opinion along political lines. It's happening in this country. Sometimes you can even see it from pronouncement from our religious leaders. You can see it. You can see it in how our secondary schools are managed. Look at Ghana Education Service. Now highly politicized. Supposed to be a professional body. Now you go secondary schools, the school heads, they can't talk. Because the slightest thing you say, even if it's not good, keep quiet. Otherwise, the politicians will descend on you heavily. We need a reset. Not only in terms of the economic management, but in every aspect of our lives. Democracy is preferred. The way we operationalize it should not undermine the democracy itself. And when we say reset, the way to do it is, the question is, how do we save our democracy from itself? We need to do that. If you look at the survey across Africa, there is a certain leaning towards military rule, and how military interventions in certain West African countries have been celebrated by the citizens. We are not advocating military intervention, but let's see how we save our democracy from itself. There are quite a good number of Ghanaians today who wouldn't mind even if the military intervenes. Because the democracy has not delivered the democratic dividend on a sustainable level for the ordinary Ghanaian. It has only benefited those who have invested in it. And let me tell you, our democracy, our morals are being lost to the highest bidder. That's what it's our democracy is for sale. You see it manifesting in Galamsey. In the run-up to 2016 election, Galamsey was still happening. The government commitment was that they would deal with Galamsey. What has happened right now? When a party comes to power, they use their political channel to facilitate Galamsey for their members. Is that not what is happening? You can talk to Professor Frimpong Boateng. This is what is happening. So when we say let's go and deal with Galamsey, it's just to remove people affiliated to the other party and bring our own people in. So at the end of the day, we don't solve the fundamental issue. We see it happening in state institutions. Once there's a change in government, there's practically change in leadership across almost all state institutions. The evidence is that putting all of this together is not helpful. So let's look at it again. Let's look at it again.
And come away, no, you're broad, pal. Because I know, I thought there be a who say politicians in Akasano, woman so a benefit. And it's woman so no, a who say young or memu for no. Number where the be a debia maker, we are too gullible. It is somebody be a normal barber catch yen. Na one day a dear drain one grow. Na one more day, one more benefit in terms of Tenipano ebe na drain so beto aba Ediama Sama Jonino. I'm saying it's almost 1 yes, I know. They know, but what must shed down 1 yes, sir.
They know. They know, and they admit that this thing that they are doing is not helpful. But you see, to the extent that they profit from it, they gain from it, they will continue. They believe in the future of their political parties rather than the country as a whole. Because some of them, without being in politics, they would have been successfully unemployed and beggars on the street. That's what would have happened to them. That's why people would die for a political party and not for the country. That's what they are doing. They are the real beneficiaries. Sometimes they just manipulate opinion and the rest of them, but they are the real beneficiaries. They know what they are doing. They know what they are getting. Are they not benefiting from Galamsey? Do you think that Galamsey is simply because some Ghanaians don't have employment? Those Ghanaians who don't have employment and they are into Galamsey, they could never have they could not afford, or they would not have been able to pay for those expensive equipment that they are using in the Galamsey. These same politicians are offering cover for them. That's what is happening.
Okay, Prof. Wadarimo, make it your for say, Professor Godfred Bokpin, Professor of Finance, University of Ghana, on the end of the day. Finance Minister Abepaye Chaufa, a debt exchange program, a course so. Ene esum faso dia osusu se by 2025 ede ebebro man. Ne Chaufa ni so mo say.
Assembly the book of Luke. I'm talking about Luke in the New Testament. Man, beneath a friend is Zacchaeus, not a tax collector.
Yes.
When he encountered Christ and he repented, he went and gave back the monies he had collected from the people to them. That was through repentance. You see where I'm heading towards?
Mm-hmm.
If you think you have collected through domestic debt exchange unfairly or whatever, go and give it back to them. Restore it.
But Zacchaeus, the end, they're not condition ni who. But where the conditions won IMF conditionalities. It is when you do na aso pa say masa ko na omusika no come on haircut. Na restructure with debt.
David. IMF program one e so why do you blame the IMF?
Oh, me blame IMF now.
Why should we blame the IMF for the domestic debt exchange?
Okay. So on one say one false, yes, I am. So I agree with you.
Yeah, me anameboa.
Pepe.
And debt exchange, IMF so say they don't interfere in debt restructuring in the domestic market. They said they don't.
Yeah.
When you talk to the IMF, they tell you that, in fact, the whole program, in front of IMF program, is Ghana government program supported by the IMF.
That's right. Let's
take ownership. Let's take responsibility. IMF program, economy, did the government say, let's give the credit to the IMF? Didn't the government take the credit?
Yeah, no crap, Prof.
When the Ministry of Finance was saying that we have turned the corner, let me ask you, when Bank of Ghana had a cocktail party over the stability of the currency, did they credit it to the IMF? We didn't credit it to the IMF. We took credit. Let's be bold. We all realized and we supported government. I am one of them. I will not run away. Even before the president, even when the president was telling us that there will be no haircut. Do you remember that famous statement? We said that statement was not true. Even before government admitted that there will be debt restructuring, we had said it more than 6 months ago, based on the data. We had said it. When government said that they won't go to IMF today, they won't go tomorrow, we told Ghanaians that they will go and that they may even end up in an ambulance. We said it. And that was what happened. So we won't run away. We knew that where Ghana had gotten to, there is no way we can have fresh start without restructuring our domestic debt, especially. We said it. So that's the fact. So we accept the apology. I think that is good. A certain level of humility, we can go with that. But the best form of apology is for the government to do the right thing, especially in the run-up to the election, so that the sacrifices Ghanaian bondholders have made will not go down without yielding results. I think that is what Ghanaians will need. Oh, okay. Well, the Mamen can say me. Hello.
Ambassador Moha.
In any serious country, we will not take this apology. I will give you a reason. Third quarter, 2021, and Yesha says, I can say, Ghana, go to the IMF. Where we have gotten to, go to the IMF. Yarebi wo no mo a, se Oko Hospital in Temwa, ye operation. But the one con Temwa, Udu Honoma, you may have to go under the knife. That was exactly what happened in the case of Ghana. Why am I saying so? Ghana and Kenya had similar economic fundamentals coming out of COVID-19. But do you know why Kenya didn't restructure their debt? Because Kenya proactively reached out to the IMF in 2021 and got $3 billion or so. We had estimated that if Ghana had also reached out to the IMF in the third quarter of 2021, or even the last quarter of 2021, we would have gotten about $3 billion. And I can assure you, there would have been no need for debt restructuring. There would have been no need for domestic debt restructuring. I put this on the table. There would have been no need. The reason we had to restructure our debt last minute is because the government was prioritizing self-interest, political interest, pride, and maybe a little bit of arrogance. We will not go to the IMF. We are a sovereign nation. We won't go today, we won't go tomorrow. But you were not doing the things that you needed to do so that you wouldn't go to the IMF. You were not doing it. So third quarter 2021, we lost market access. We didn't go to the IMF. We presented 2022 budget. Oh, then they said e-levy would deliver the same results that if we would have got if we had gone to the IMF. Oh, really? Then the Minister of Finance told us, don't worry, when we go to IMF, how much would you get? $3 billion. I'll be able to raise that money. They promised us on $2 billion. It didn't come. That delay is what worsened our economic situation, for which reason Ghana eventually went to the IMF in an ambulance. If you do all of these things, and Ghanaians have to now sacrifice and pay dearly, and now you come and apologize, you see it's very difficult to take that apology. Do you get a point?
Yeah.
It's very difficult to take that apology. There is pain in the system, and I respect the Minister of Finance and the government poster in apologizing and the rest of them. But you see, this haircut has been unnecessary. So some people, their hair may not grow again until they die. It's unfortunate. Maybe let's learn the lesson so that in our lifetime or so, something like this should not happen again. Clearly avoidable. Okay, Mamima, another example. There we go. Early part of 2022, given what COVID has done, Russia, Ukraine, and all of that, serious governments, even in Africa here, decided to reduce the size of government. We didn't. When government said they were cutting fuel allowance, have they told us the total savings they made and how that was utilized? No. The problem is governance failures. And Ghanaians continue to pay for it. We continue to pay for it through higher taxes. And now tax revenue is not enough. They are attacking our savings and our investments. It's unfortunate.
Samo. Okay, Prof, you better say, na sada wo kind. Na which are iti edida so be your ho ansana yatuaba.
Right now, dear, there isn't much that we can do. Forgive me for what I'm saying. You get the impression that the government has given up. Okay. We are just waiting for the election to come, and then we move on. Maybe that's what I can say. But I would still advise Ghanaians that we have one country. Let's not give up. Let's not lose hope in our country. What we all need to do is to bury our political differences, our tribal, ethnic, whatever differences. Let's objectively speak to the issues. Let's demand reforms that can benefit all of us. Let's not see it that it's my party that is in power, so I don't want to criticize. I don't want to say it, even if it is not good. I'm waiting for another party I don't like to come. Then suddenly I'll discover my voice. No. Regardless of which party is in power, if it is good, it is good. If it is not, let's say it. The reforms and the changes we want in this country will not come from any leader. It will come from you and I. At least we've seen that working in Kenya. We've seen that. You see what happened in Nigeria not long ago, and the rest of them. So I'm not saying we should adopt a similar approach of violence, chaos, and the rest of them, but let's be assertive. Let's be citizens, as the president said, not spectators. Let's demand reforms. And I have said it before, that any party that will win this election, in when they are forming government, they should not have more than 40 ministers. We cannot tolerate that. We cannot afford. Lean government, least cost approach. That is what will save this country. We need a credible leadership on the table, but we have to ask for it. We have to demand it.
Okay.
It will not be given just like that. Our independence was not given. Our forefathers fought for it. Others started, and they died along the line. A generation started, died, another generation came to continue. That is how come we won our independence. We must also do our part of winning economic independence and independence from greed and fraud and criminals. They may not be foreigners. They are within. That's the next legacy we have to leave for the next generation.
Professor Godfred Bokpin. Prof, Anope Yedasio. Amen. That's it. Yane a professor of finance or University of Ghana, your friend of Professor Godfred Bokpin. Yane didn't come extensively. Efa o main abatoafe enakakra aka de say eme sikasem totoye no how embem wachire mu amanyofo sometimes womo inconsistencies no many be ho mo ka agwagwa so mo yenya atwem womo aben mo kasa nko womo wo opposition na mo kasa nko nyina no wawa no amani so e de amaye yankwai na finance minister this some no kan ya no bia na wonte ye de any opa e chew NTTA.
Update you on the debt restructuring, which is one of the major achievements this government has made. We decided to restructure our debts because it was one of the requirements by the IMF. We started with the domestic debt exchange program. The domestic debt exchange program was a very successful program, achieving 95% participation. And on this note, I would like to appeal to the people of Ghana to forgive us. To forgive us. It is never the intention of any government to impose hardships on its people. More so, the MPP government that has demonstrated that we want to reduce the burden of the Ghanaian people. And I will show why this government has, from the beginning, tried to reduce the burden of the Ghanaian people. That same government cannot impose hardships on the same people. It was a necessary, very important decision at the time that if we avoided it, our economy will not recover such as it has recovered today. The decisions we made and all the support you gave us, the people of Ghana, during the DDEP has contributed largely to the recovery our economy is seeing today. And this is why I want to appeal to you to forgive us. But also to thank you, the people of Ghana, to thank you on behalf of the president for the sacrifices, for the efforts that you all have made in participating in the domestic debt exchange program that saved our economy. And so I thank you very much for that support you gave to the government. But we also negotiated our debts with our external creditors. It wasn't only domestic debt, but also our external debts. First, with our official bilateral creditors. The official bilateral creditors are the countries that we owe Germany, United States of America, United Kingdom. And the total debt involved was $5.1 billion. $5.1 billion. We negotiated with them and we achieved a debt service relief of 2.8 billion United States dollars. What does that mean? From 2023 to 2026, the debts we were to pay to Germany, to America, to Britain, to Japan, to China, we are not paying those debts. They've asked us not to pay. We will start the payment after 2026 at a relatively cheaper interest, spread over some 19, 18 years. That is what your government has negotiated. $2.8 billion we would have paid. We are not paying that money. We will pay it later at a lower interest, spread over several years. Then we also had the Eurobond, our Eurobond holders, involving $13.1 billion. Again, we negotiated with them, we reached an agreement. And as a result of that strong negotiation, we achieved so much. Number one, they have given us complete cancellation of $4.7 billion, cancelled out of the $13.1 billion. 4.7 billion United States cancelled from the 13.1 billion. That alone reduced our debt to about 9 billion. That is what we have negotiated on behalf of the people of Ghana. In addition to cancelling 4.7 billion, they've also given us a debt service relief similar to what our official bilateral creditors gave us. This time, they gave us $4.4 billion. The bilaterals gave us $2.8 billion in debt service relief. The Eurobond holders gave us $4.4 billion. That we would have paid. We will not pay between 2023 and 2026. We will pay that later. So these negotiations we have done is the reason I am confident that by 2027 we will have reduced our debt to GDP to around 55%. Once we start implementing this agreement, you will all see how much our debt stock will fall. It will fall significantly and create so much space.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibia nso beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Asew. Udan kwanu ntumu ho. Me be mo anu nso wo hye kwa dia ka ho. Wo hwade a wapi ho. O ka sa batete eda fom won.
This way chocolate drink.
Catch up baba aware.
Asew.
Ye fi say this way chocolate drink ya sorry anopa no ne yenom ye be hye fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne yenom and this way no ti ano a he se kire wom koko wom milk wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so hye
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so hye
FDA ahwehwe se adwede nkrato mu agye atum se eye.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized.
Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie.
Ghana Muntie, Ghana Muntie, na mansanya so adawro Kofi Aman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Jamal akwa babie me de ba Ghana Muntie so ewo neat 100.9. Me de Magjerio say AGYEMAN masancha me kwabna mafo so wa ha. Oboa me enkrata na yogu so yemu adwuma. Kwabna so ni say Commander Sugar Factory no. Resident and say Indian company now obe take over no mobonyo.
Yes.
Yane Vani Amwa. Vani so the only say ka Commander Sugar Factory ya. Udi makoti ni ye pa.
Na oyema brothers.
Oyo brother on. Oh great. Na osign obi a just say residents e wo ho no awon kaseti ya no. Udi mutintiman. Yane no ni nkomo. Vani mate.
Yeah, but
now, on the sound of it.
No, coupon ado.
Yeah, the Yamias, I said, I met on catch a crab.
Yeah, sure.
That's right. And the Yamias. Now, must say, strategic investor, be taking over Commander Sugar Factory. Mobonyo so.
Oh, my mincho. Na, mincho will pay for me now. Okay. No person, the resident of Commander, the concerned youth, no, also a demonstration against a arrangement of Minister KC Amand, Ozabo Tubano. Now, I support the call by the youth seriously. Monta must support one call in there. Any position no, it's not necessarily about there was a movie. No, why? But my position in there is a movie no. A corner in the for the why man only where any personally no concern. Factory no see there obey import substitute. But we see there will be import raw sugar, another brown sugar. No, I very fine in the fight. On until we factory no. On your them again. But it's a share safety Hammond or minister. The company what was the on or in there. We import to raw sugar. No, I very fine or comment. Oh, now it gives the purpose or the rationale behind the establishment of the Commander Sugar Factory. But the farmers now when young for Subia or factory. Now, the more na import no, obey increase in import. So much so that is why I think it's a bad they must produce the sugar or comment to build Apusika areas and then Ashama in the western region. Because you cannot continue to impoverish the people within the area. And every year, refinery far, it means that attract more than 95% of employment on the production line and the supply chain. So the over 7,000 employments may be generated. You don't need it. You only need less than 50 people to work. Meanwhile, the youth in the area also need jobs. And she said, that man she say, and as some more years are or your bad, on until I must support the youth of the area there will start. Because the farmers, we have press conference or factory hall. There, what that down. Last 2 years, just 2 years ago, we had test one war.
one one assured what JR was the test one. Emma on the 3rd of September 2022, President Akufo-Addo called of the ACH chain there. He said, "I'm going to produce ACH with the wire test one is successful." At the end of 2022, no, of the commission, the factory, no, on the Grand Star, and in our body. So, you see, I mean, these are the reasons why I support the youth of the area. And more so, the same offending abandoning 2019-2020. What catching there when a strategic investor offered a Park Agrotech Ghana Limited. And another company where they offered a Skylark group of companies. Now, them a Park Agrotech was a $28 million and the best commander sugar factory no run as investor. Now, abandoning for so $3.3 million every year. In so then, and isn't want to China if yesterday, young boys and more there. It's women need for 50 years now. Every year, no, abandoning for so $1 million. So 3.3 million and only 1 million more in also. So if 4 years ago, now 3.3 or then end up 1 million. If you know, that man should say before the one show bill. And I believe that since our company is a foreign company, now factories we 100% owned by Ghana government or the parliament and no approval for such a lease contract. And see, me use the membership is your fee, membership of upon Oboshemi in Papa. On yet the man, on yet as I me feel the Obo them.
Okay. Na young fans some now, Malcolm coin. Pharmacy ya womo buafu ya womo ya press conference. One more adwa de ibi. Enna sa hwede no yamba meto. Amfa yan refine yan yi asichire yan firi mu ana.
Munia, them a pharmacy. 2016, test one no. One assured and I was to the factory. 2022, test one by a actually and after 2016, let them a pharmacy. Obotumo supply the company between 500 to 700 tons of sugar cane every day for 180 days. And and she said there, was short, medium, and long term. And in the short term, on the factory now, on the national that other one. Although depend on as go as now instead of 1,200 capacity crashing, you go to me between 300 to 500 production. Now in the medium and long term, abandon also them of farmers and no one for one action. So if so to me 500 to 700, if you were to produce over 1,000 tons, it helped the company. That is why November 2016, part of Ghana or approval the second tranche of loan on the Indian visa. And then a second tranche, $24.54 million. Then a second, you more those are there. Factory Nankasa unproduced to affect a feature assure 40% of assure being a lazy Juma unproduced. Now 60% on board and crankle outgrowers now the no one so one from an issue. And after for far what the ones who would be assure no one young pastor factory now about one to stay from woman. It is a majority. So all and now there's commander sugar factory, which is a ready market. It is a diaspora of water. Mainly either within the catchment area, within central and western regions. Even as I say, in the fund the majority in your 100 acres or 50 acres or whatever acres within the area. Even then, the factory in the she said the city in your assassin. The factory now be tested assassination there. Indeed, is viable for sugarcane cultivation. Now, a cowbell will be a factory now of the the plowing of the land, everything, planting materials, as a fee. In terms of the 100 acres, no, we bought cow 200,000. No, the developing amount. Now, majority is a sugarcane farmer. In tomorrow, there, so I should know him. Now, there, you channel the Koye Juma. Harvesting cost on your one is Ibutia or a factory manager. Transportation, a factory manager, Butia. OSEI there, and the mining of OSEI, won't no one could carry. Will carry no one with there. 10 tons, 5 tons, or whatever. No, we shall come. In the factory, no. Lord will put us in the car. I can only walk will wear. Also, my dairy, a beer and there, or 10 tons, 5 tons, 100 tons a day. So, which can other facility amount as the banner or 10. So, you find 1,000 Ghana and no do Tiamawa. Factory be deducted 300 cities, which is 30% of them which cannot do Tiamano. No, the chair count now in the factory, no. Them are 200,000. So that 70%, no. I will be used to 70%, no, as I hear. More than because as I said, a quadrille on the leave from some people now. If you know, in Kadama, say, and say, about farmers, I will order that. No, for phone in Nara. But I don't know, $24.54 million for 1 day. Up to date. Answer the year if you want so any year 125 acres of sugarcane nursery. 125 acres. Our then by February 2017, no. What transplanted them 125 onto a larger scale. And on cover 10,000 acres. It is saying now 1 year, but July 2018. Abani Uchadama no Panama sugarcane and application distillers. And on your company they are all mim or kind of mim cashew and that's limited. And what the only trailers about children that they call a half for mim. If he over there and she said there must be one quay a farmers. That is why farmers know who is the hill. Farmers know after.
Hello, Vanny. Hello, Vanny. Okay, it's over any Vanny Amoa. And Caneno na or your board secretary, Amenda Sugar Factory, Abandadana Penso. I don't need anything come out watching with the NTA Mebuno, any Okuafua, one more within the enclave of a Commander Sugar Factory, Mbuafu, a bench strategic investor, a year Indian company. One more sign at the Amano. One musu say, one more be imported a year raw sugar and no barber refine. It's only a person year dinch year. About higher need 100.9. Okay, Kwabna, you reestablish a contact near your Vania Casanti. Your fact that any being tremoban, no, at was.
The graphic na me de mamu atama mu akwabe. Dr. Abuate da Costa.
Okay, Kwabna, Wabanti, my Yemen into a command. Okay. Yeah, hello, Vanny Makwaba.
Yeah.
Okay. Ain't said that now Uguswana would chillemon. Na me be say, contract the match ye. And who say a yadia between 15 and 20 years na yede maomono. One with the sugar and bebasa. And now say one more barber started at the short term. Na medium and long term and no one rely on a yahedia yedia. Na woman shedia years each day.
The information we have in there, they are not going to use sugarcane to do production. Honestly, there's no way I will be using for the short term, na medium and long. Sugarcane and one pedal was a Juma. They only want to use Commander Sugar Factory as a refinery. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Now, company Narana, what was a year Mawono? KT Amado trade there was a factory in Mawono. The same company are buying a contract at all. 2 years ago, I signed a management contract. When you sign a management contract, more manage the factory in the moment. The management contract, every month we charge $50,000 Madama company as management service fee. them a contract that don't know what sign or contract that will manage it. So them a contract minimum. So what you do every year profit will be 25% of them a company no. It's a bit there. Them a contract that don't know KTM one which and I see all about sign for on no moment a lease contract and another the two contracts will exist. So I think you need to outline it that then check or be essential to a shizi or a press conference. But unfortunately, what will postpone but one Monday to so we need to probe further to know if them a contract existing one which and now today on the basis no attempt to assign a lease to amount.
Okay.
Them as the minimum.
What do you know what type of factory? Well, so cause you see, and no, my benecoso.
No company for the past 2 weeks. What was the raw sugar about or brown sugar? And they are no company. You quite white sugar or refined sugar. On the Orocodo, that test run production now, warrior and Orocodo. Obi catch all the baby on Koda on February Yakushi summer. In Temuno, on ye, I should a farmers who will be flying there. On ye, I share now was a name of what there will be important raw sugar. But the man, it does not make economic sense.
Okay.
Because you know the import yano or depreciate them. Now already know there are importers or imported sugar by now. It is a balance import now. This was that one. That production no, it was a factory nansali in Ejuma. I should know I should sound after extracting the juice, the chaff you use to be generating energy or electricity. So the factory will not depend on the electricity company of Ghana that will supply on power. The factory will supply its own energy of 3 megawatts. On the factory, you have only 2, no, there's no money now. So now you have a surplus of 1 megawatt. But in this case, because you are using a refinery, you cannot generate your energy through the sugarcane way to Nananche. If you know, once you got that cost of electricity, and product, because you must get a profit from the. So economically, it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. Now, Group E a petition, and now much raw. Eddie Aquacoma Trade Ministry demanding the reasons in Tia. One of the raw sugar, no more Eddie, factory about refinery point.
It's a group like them for sure.
Yeah, maybe Sandy say, one more to me inquire from the Trade Ministry.
Let me tell you. I think that's the question you asked again, but I believe they will be sending their petition because what's the number on Tuesday or Wednesday? They are having a demonstration, so they will petition the government.
Okay.
And to definitely the ministry or the government will come out with or maybe your best someone arguing. And as make them, my position is not against. There wasn't a private person.
Yeah. Me said na say a basa abaya sasana jane na ye be rely on outgrowers. What may you do actually ya? Me ba sure you bet my normal tenta mo dear.
It's all about
Hello, Vanny, Sambrabium. Oh. Hello, Vanny. Wa ho man man take on ye obetima say man.
Listen, me imagine political will abani benya. Because of lack of political will now for 7 years. What giants share here to raw material no continent to mean developing. Now it's a way you want to or your raw material some down if you also very important. So if the government has a political will, them are 24.54 million now. Are you part of the process? Bosana Wakajeno, it was part. They have 2 tranches of loan. First one, J35, Nafakesi, if we are back to 24.54 million, not for the sure, not for free de facto, and them are saying, yes, started in here. So the government can tell the Indian government that we need the money to develop the kings so that you're able to Juma and it's not. The Indian government is begging the government to access it, but they are not going to do so. So it's all bound to the political will.
Okay. All right, Vanny, Yati Tuesday and your protest in a basso.
So what for Obado and Obada I will participate.
Okay.
Because I side with them on their reason.
You need trade for the Becca Sunny Ebisal.
I am they have a press conference or then one but another because we are interested to know
the details. Okay. Vanny, Yada says so when you didn't come on. Ransford Vanny Amoa and can know a board secretary, the my commander sugar factory. On your Indian community, as some of the top of Bonumin and say, and yes, I'm a bone used to say, dear my private person, and I say, yeah, dear ma. Jumakubi from India. Now, mum, almost one with the sugar neighbor. No, my barber refine, no may import to sugar no. Instead, say, Nakaya, you be the na ya no. One more, Edia ye sugar no. It's not come over no. Neat 100.9. Urakit Yamon. Let's only be your kind.
I did say, I almost say, yes, I'm on my Ghana beauty, or Bunko. And almost started so almost idea when they cricky. To start with, my count was some parliament. And I sway in Fidia woman 2014. I did about Musiano. Neboro, what the way I did see whom you know double way me. Now I was Neboro about 18 million United States dollars. Startup no almost the way the capacity I half no almost 38 million. Almost years or 1 cent in the year. It's carrying no would be no 1 cent in the year. And now Omuja Hodugu, I go out in Sabatoso. I go out the Sanko Pesca. Yeah, about 50 million, 50 million Ghana cedis. Yes, I did about what number. Would you be able to know over here? That's the way you're seeing the traffic. Where I did I was only say, yeah. Now I say, I know, yeah, I don't know what to say. We had to be Pacific and then Kakranka, yeah, but I couldn't companies no bad say, yes, here. Now, my hair, somebody, a boy, Omaba can't one or Ombaba can't one. Say, I Mapio Janaway, or then I wish from moving India. Now, almost all the Omaba hair, and Sunday and Kakra, Braya, Brahone, you know. I almost Marsha, on between I shall my Yamama won't, no by it. Jinay, I will be some say, you almost say, I don't think he'd be a fiddy. Waha, yeah, once I see baby, or baby, or something you do and video. Again, we are it's a bit of, but I was say you want to say, we say, you do actually, and I bet me a yarn. I say, you bet me I yam, Eddie, I want your money. Because almost crap, maybe a brand of raw sugar. You know, you can't get a brown sugar, and could be a brown, sign black, brown pie, thick. I say, now, almost processing. Oh, maybe you're quite an amia. You can say, let me if you turn maybe, yeah, I get video now, one day, and then you go ahead. And never say, I said, I almost say, I don't know. Where would your market say, I had the mail, no? And they go back. I think, I feel the Ananka said, we near the bus is a good train, we know the number one, not for suppose, I feel a good team, maybe I may have time. So, yeah, almost say, almost want to be a contract. It's almost J idea. Now, almost a young workman. Now, Fibiano, almost in Scatra, what you're gonna buy in Scatra. Yeah, since it was an if you baby, and will be about one what this one I said. Open if you go be able to that's all, but so we don't sound to us what I signed the amount. Maybe it's almost getting fear you do. Yeah, just the amount.
Okay, it's a racket, Yamanana, or Chilemononti, or Chas and Bisa Medema Vania Moana. Emsa nu ye akraba ho because okase wo mo ba ahwede na bi ni ho ena ese wo mutimi ehu se ahwede na wo mo de ye esichire no se yebedua tuma mana yeyie bana sala wo mutimi ntena ho sa nto me hya ase no makra eye the brown sugar raw sugar naba no ma refine wow sa wo mo guso a wo mo eye ntoto ye se ahwede no yebetuma dua bia wo ya ye memo na yede aye ntina chemu abano no okay Pamna ya go anyway.
Abusia for the Bokata Daily Graphic na na manuguswe. Dr. Abuati da Costa Trese National Health Insurance Act na sese wo musakrem said ye be ya ebeboa yen. Trade for Trese wo munsa ye tight. Ewo 2020 abato e course wo basabasa ya ebe mu no ho. Afi papa ya friend of Professor Peter Kote or a director, Institute of Social, Statistical and Economic Research. One what I say economic growth no a favor escafo no kwa. Womu a womu ni bi eni de. Still a hia na ehia won. Enti womu hwe se ye beta yenta no pe na obi anya bi. Margins Group Chief Executive Officer wase obi ba ne yebisa ne Ghana card ya no wayi photocopy saa photocopy no a omuyi no monhwe na munyae omuyi photocopy na mente esanse photocopy no enye original no ankasa no no na teleguide anim ha ode ne ho kwafu akoto a wotosom yensa Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia omo bonkomo wa ha Dr. Mahmood Bawumia katene se your tradition and your customs no obesha no abo ho ban ya sin nipa miensa 3 hack bishops and ye tell wonum say contempt be at one national security for justify 6 million Ghana cedis ya womundi ya budget ya koboko no na wo kirechiri mu wa han mampeni na nanda danko akufo the his excellency Gulf of Guinea Commission review be koso aka ho asem ewa ha enche English Premiership ebeza ase enye no nko a league ne bebre be start to August mu a na ya sa ba hwe ye ball no back ya tenafia che na the new publisher the Bokrata nanim ha Crop ya sante kotoko hine otumfo se tutu a wotosom yenu wode ne nsa to na papempemu a wo hyira no weni me doba a wo somani boko conflict no National Security Minister Teresa Wuma Yarga wo yaka conflict resolution. What do you know? Dia na onim fa ho. A conflict resolution is where the two parties agree to solve their own problems. That is conflict resolution. Na boko conflict eno ho asem ni adisi ebitres wo mbaye course wa ti so ma kofudua ansa na wo matumi aye course wa ha wo ma agene panti wo mo srese o manfo meboa wonum e the chronic de bokrata nanim ha mampeni na nando danko akufu ado aya ade $2 billion and GDP or the account finance minister and worker say His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Terese or the staff for bi baba your friend of cooperative mining ebeboa yempa na Gulf of Guinea first imponi Yesuya social studies na Gulf of Guinea impone fine na bem say yempoano aha Gulf of Guinea the nya asase so ebe yempoano aha po honom na asem no eho na newo afi medium and small why medium enterprise no yes here fit 2021 dey ba sika ye de amma wo munye sika ketwa 176 million Ghana cedis ya so ade am wo muso wo munye emfansi wo mu business Genesis chapter 12 verse 13 I will bless those who bless you and him who dishonors you I will curse and in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed. no ka kyerɛ wa ya jamata mu Jacob udwane no dabi menya tso sɛ bɛyɛ ya ba ko de sɛn Abraham baba ko ne de sɛn Isaac ne mami no Jacob ne so me yɛ sure sɛ bɛyɛ Jacob wa na ne yɛ hyira ne saa no the Ghanaian publisher nim hanso Mami Akosi Afremo sɛ ɔpare 175 million Ghana cedis ya yɛdema MSMSEs no ɔka ho asɛm wɔ ha yɛse light bɛgyina so hyerɛn nti obi ada wonda Herbert Krapa ɛne wɔka kyerɛ yɛ ni mampani Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo economy no wama na grow $20 billion ya finance minister ɛbɔ yamane gutafoɔ AGI ɛne wɔn bɔ mmarahyɛ aba so JSA law no wɔn ayɛ adeɛ paa sɛ wɔn de abɛbɔ aseɛ na Ghanaian Times yɛnim hɔ town hall meeting a kɔ so wɔ nkran no aban ɛna wɔtɛ so ayɛ adeɛ yɛmpene no ɛyɛ economy recovery challenges yɛwɔ mu nyinaa akyiri no watumi agura economy no kɔ 20 billion inflation a drop every 54 ɛde aba 22 to wayɛ adeɛ recruitment ɛkɔ National Security Service mu afei principles wayɛ nananom ekuta ayɛ wɔni so ade hunu no yɛnso mu saa 2024 campaign wɔso wɔbɛ consider sɛ Kusau region ɛbɛba His Excellency John Dramani Mahama na ɛka sɛ Samuel Abugyinapɔ ɔsi yɛde wɔhyɛ ba abɛto so nsaase a yɛ aban dea ne deɛ yɛ wɔ man ne dea yɛ mma kwan ɛma obiara ɛmfa bio Daily Dispatch yɛnim ha 2024 presidential elections no wɔse wɔn mu bɛtumi apushi de akɔ runoff anaa dabi ɛbɛyɛ one time wɔse bibia ne wa mo bɛka de afɔ ɔsagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah ho a ɛbɛyɛ adwuma da ɛsiane sɛ Dr. Kwame Nkrumah ɔyɛ nomorowun no ɛnneɛma nan a ɛsi aspect free MPP manifesto launch no wɔde aba 2024 presidential election ɛna wɔsɛ bisa sɛ bɛtumi akɔ runoff anaa the new crusading guide yɛnim ha ɛlɛmɛlɛ DC ɛna wa present scholarship ɛde ama first batch beneficiaries ya mmabaawa ne mmeranteɛ wɔn kyerɛ nyina ha kama ononyamfoɔ kɛtin amɔ no ɔda ha ɛna wɔse aban drive economic prosperity ɔnam gya so ɛna Minister of Trade and Industry so Minister of Finance wɔn grant initiative so ɛboa nkɔfoɔ mama yarga kyɛ 6 million Ghana cedis na dɔɔso ada deɛ nkoa na wɔn de yɛ wɔ hɔ aban ebu akonta de akyerɛ infrastructure development fɛtɛ kakra bɛtifu akɔakɔgye court order wɔse nsaase bi 5,800 acres ɛyɛ ɔno ara ne dea na deɛ mede toa so ɛyɛ de bɔkrata ɛfrɛ ne sɛ insight yɛse Nkrumah nkoa na gye Ghana si hɔ wɔn ka ho nyinaa na wɔn tete akyire na wɔn nka ho wɔn mmɛse yɛn nkɔgye independent a wɔn suro ɛna Nkrumah wukɔyɛ o ɛsɛ fantini bi ka ho a kɔbɛ nkoma emi adze yɛ ma aka kyɛwa kan ka tuwani wado awa asɛm abrɔfo yɛntum wɔ mesmo okuta etu na adze ayo awkɔ mpo wɔboku o Kwame Nkrumah na lɔpil dodo iya lanso ɔyɛ no akagye n'enyiwa do ɔkɔ eme ma aka abɔ anya wɔlɔ bron Nkrumah na gye Ghana si hɔ December 7th abatoɔ no JDM kyɛsɛ mo ntoma no korɛ afei wɔse wɔyɛ committee sɛ academic excellent yɛbɛtumi ahyɛm kena whitewashing Ghana history sɛ yɛkyerɛ no wasa yɛpepa no akyerɛ no foforɔ no ɛmfa CPP na wɔn ka kyerɛ mampanin Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo sɛ deɛ ɔyɛ no deɛ ɛmoa no ɛnsaase a yɛfom no yɛsi Benito wusu bi o ɛna opa yɛso kɔtɔ kɔ a mmeranteɛ no kɔtɔ to mfikyire o ɛne sɛ binom sisi awamranteɛ kukuda mmienu ɛne so wɔ mu sia no mu yɛ bie 2024 abatoɔ MPP say Northern Region seat ni nyinaa wɔn bɛgye ni nyinaa na tele satellite anim ha wɔkyɛ sɛ basabasaya a ɛkɔ so wɔ bɔkɔ no nkɔfoɔ afa ho a wɔn didie striking college teachers no ɛna yɛsi wɔn akɔlɔ of wɔn strike MPP balance ne manifesto ɛwɔ Western Region Dr. Edutum ɛna ɔbɔ o promote STEM education ɛwɔ Ghana nti yɛbɔ n'aba so University of Cape Coast Vice Chancellor wɔn problem no wɔn resolve comment papa no ogusu a wɔyɛ n'adwuma town hall meeting nso ɛkɔ so the custodian the bureaucrat n'anim ha wɔtena sɛ aban bu akonta akyerɛ Ghanafoɔ ɛba no project a wɔayɛ bio Miracle Dennis Abuaje propaganda ejapadeɛ no ɛna ɔka ho asɛm wɔ ha National Security Minister akyerɛkyerɛ mu sɛ 6 million Ghana cedis ade a wɔn de ayɛ ɛwɔ ɛhɔnom nie Guta ne AGI foɔ new shippers law no wɔn se ɛbɛboa wɔn the inquisitor de bɔkrataa n'anim ha ɛna wɔbisa yi question na wɔbisa drip no wɔse direct minority foɔ wɔn bisa do state assembly common fund ɛna chief of staff sɛ contract ne sika sɛn ɛna kɔɔ mu Patrick Buame donate abɛka Royal Palace wɔn bɛdi wɔn ɔwɔ festival nti akandeɛ kakra a wɔwɔ no wɔde ama wɔn napo yɛse ɛba no Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia ɔbɔ ne kyidɔm no a ɛyɛ perfect suhum MPP ɛna wɔn bɔ ɔboafoɔ so boɔ sɛ ɔboafoɔ kodwa asante ɔno no wɔn ma asomdue ɛma suhum wɔse ne expose no a wɔyɛɛyɛ no ɛsɛvu Ghana $1.3 billion a Samuel Okudzeto ablakwa ɔde ne mfoni abɛtoa Mama Yarega ɛna Kandapaa ɛna obi akeka bi kyerɛ ne nyankwan Mama Yarega sɛ sika no so Kandapaa so we kura de so wɔn amanage Finance Minister ɛna wɔsrɛ nse yɛmfa nkyɛ no saa ayi no wɔn yɛɛyɛ no ɛde ka baa paa yɛn release funds yɛn na project ahodoɔ aka no yɛmfa nwie Professor Jena no opoku AGYEMAN ɛna wɔka kyerɛ voters sɛ wɔn nto abentia MPP amanyo kwesan sɛ wɔn atreke Ghanafoɔ afei Ghanafoɔ benya 100% internet coverage so wɔba bɛyɛ president ya Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia ɛna ɔka wei ɛwura bi a wɔsue mu wɔn kyerɛ sɛ obi a yɛaka kyerɛ ne sɛ wɔn mmra mmɛsue mi no ɛna wɔfa ho wa no kɔhyia no boyfriend ɛwɔ abɔnten na wo akɔ akɔhyia boyfriend wo saa de aba abɛsue mu nti yɛaban ne no baako bi kura sɛ yɛsɛ wɔ andrɛse yɛ wɔn adware nsuo no yɛsɛ adeɛ no a wasɛ no ne nkyɛnkyɛn ne deda hɔ nkyɛnkyɛn no ɛsɛ wɔhyɛ adeɛ a ɛbɛkata wei ne nyinaa so ɛna wɔn n'adeɛ a wɔhyɛ no ɛyɛ tea nti yɛsɛm ɛna ne nkyɛnkyɛn ne nyinaa deda hɔ nti wɔn a ɛwɔ hɔ no wɔn hu yɛ ɔno nso yɛaban ne no sɛ yɛmfa saa indecent dressing no ɛnsue mi ɛsa obiara bɛhu sɛ enwi na ɛteta nkyɛn hɔ no magdare wɔ saa AGYEMAN ɛbɛgye n'akonnwa na ɔne n'abɛgyafoɔ no nso atoa so ɛde amama
kwano no nkra bo
ai abonna
no nkra na bo ma menka messages kakra na you find it so okay aye need 100.9 enti isamagodo aduan yapono so no abɛgyafoɔ no bɛba na ye ne wo mo discuss
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie
Ghana Montie na mansanya so adawro Kofi Aman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo NEET 100.9 FM
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no ho ade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, asew. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afi bia so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Oh, asew. Wo den kan no ntumu ho. Me be mo anu nsu hye kura de aka ho. Wo hwe de wepi ho. O ka sa batete. Eda fo mo.
This way chocolate drink.
Crack shop be pay baba aware yi.
Asew.
Ye fi ase this way chocolate drink. Ye sorry anopa no ne yenom ye be hye fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne yenom and this way no ti ano a he se kire wom koko wom brick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so hye
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so hye
FDA ahwehwe se adwede nkratoe mo agye atum se eye
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized. Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Ghana Muntie, na mansanya so. Adawro Kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Yamakwa about the Ghana Montie so we need 100.9 messages in the name. We say good morning to you, Mark Jerry. Yesterday, Honorable Dennis Miracle Abuaje miraculously and shockingly successfully succeeded in convincing you that the Ejapadia document was not altered by the HM Mafia. Mav, I say, Mark, if you were to be a girl, and you're a girl or lady, and we don't propose to girls, we propose to ladies. I know at Asinfosu, like I will tell you that the new Bank of Ghana building at Rich is what my father willed me before he passed. Richard. Apart from the Holy Bible, the Holy Quran, the Japanese book is the most prophetic book. Richard Eddie Free, Eya Masaman. Yo. Richard Mate. Meshach Asante. Onozuri from Masaman. I will keep on advising Ghanaians to so keep their hopes alive, because President Mahama is ever ready to save this country from the hands of these heartless and insensitive government. So let us vote massively for him come December 7th, so that game changer policy, 24-hour economy will be implemented to create sustainable jobs for Ghanaians. King David, Edwika Aswa, Otame. I urge all Ghanaians we should support, or I urge all Ghanaians to support John and James to bring 24-hour economy and Women Development Bank to reset Ghana again. So Chafeles now for you. Wednesday, the NDC knows very well that John Dramani Mahama cannot do anything good for Ghana within their 4 years. So it's within their 4 years. They only want to come and continue their looting and sharing brigade of Ghana's taxpayers' money. NDCJM, never again. Ghanaians, it is possible. So, Professor Christopher Amiawekunfi. Western people need to be voted out so that Ghanaians will have the opportunity to investigate them and clean up the system. MPP government bad here. Lalai. Ablade. Efia Kumazungu. When you say Ghanaians must be Hey. Ghanaians must be in mind MPP government is putting things together for freedom and justice, as we can see. It has own medicine. Where's the 7th birthday to my beautiful granddaughter, Gretel? You're born saying Gretel. Hey, wait a minute, video. Gretel Owusu who attends International Community School, ISC. May the Almighty God bless her with a good health. Also, Mutimi was a IC as a International Community School. Okay. It Great Owusu of International Community School. Okay, ICS. One and say on my happy birthday. From your grandma, Madam Jemima Bedu, aka Big Mama of Kwadasu Soldier Line. That's right. Birthday in the morning. We see, in fact, all the MPP plans are falling or are failing. At first, their consultant told Dr. Baumia to tell us that he's just a mate, but it did not work. Now they've been advised to pretend to beg Ghanaians. Jerry P. Eddie Frabo. Jerry P. As I would try to open a throat. So they say, who to me to not get a chem nominated. Ultra, take your time and write. You are my namesake. And I can't if Samaikas was say before Ghanaians will believe what Dr. Baumia is promising to them. Let's ask him, has he fulfilled what he promised in 2016 and 2020? Ghanaians, let's not do any mistake. Dr. Baumia and the MPP has nothing good to offer Ghanaians. You know, as Mike said. Where's the why? Azema Jerry, good morning. I've been always read the newspapers with emotions. Is he a political representative? No. But that's a quarter into Asubi. Comments are Domi Pele too. I say John and Jim Beba power pa dear. And then I can't don't come ra. If you vote for JDM free SHS, free SHS will be cancelled. But that's it. What is the headache for President Akufo-Addo before he's trying to remove Dr. Kwame Nkrumah's name as the founder of Ghana? This can never work. Francis Akpalu or the Free East Legon. Dijo Malene what you see. Also, we entreat you all to vote massively for your royal son and grassroots party person, Samia Wuku, in the upcoming 2024 elections, Ekwapim North constituency. And last ancestor said, no amount of apology that will bring those who lost their lives through the recklessness of this Nana Baumia government bring those people or can bring them back. The only option that can bring hope and revamp our debt and junk economy is to vote this corrupt looting brigade out of power. A vote for JDM. That's it. We say, in fact, I wonder how some of us, the black people, think. People sitting down and clapping for the irresponsible talk of the finance minister, piling up and negotiating debts for who to pay the debt later. Carlos Fu Manuel. It does. Where's McJerry, please tell Kwamina to continue telling the truth. And that man apologizing to the nation, are they not aware that they are the looting or they were looting this country? Hey, and then so the text is Peter Mensah and the fresh man. I have carefully read the so-called Japadia document, and I can confidently say that it is cunningly fabricated, a fabricated document intended to destroy the image of the MPP. Even the English language used in this document is far, far below the standard of the people perceived to have written such document. James upon UK. Wesley, please tell Dr. Baumia the noise he is making. Has this reduced the prices of rice, tomatoes, and even pepper? Has the noise reduced the fuel prices? You are a big failure. Where you borrow about the failure to be a question. Wesley, let us use this opportunity to thank Honorable Kennedy Japan for speaking to the truth that the economy is very hard. So the MPP need to apologize to Ghanaians. Truly, the finance minister came and apologized to Ghana yesterday. I don't support MPP. And whenever Honorable Kennedy Japan leads MPP, an arrogant person that Abi is no more, the organizer. Some of us who left the world, some of us who left will come back. Erikus that Dodoko. And on my yebre. Phobia befia, Matessa or more bonyum. Oh, yes, you will ye did the good microphones. I don't know what is really happening. It's Obay and Muha, did you na paying for no abaha. Obey gas a microphone, mamma. But Tomache,
yeah,
I say,
Uncle Pardon.
Rap and I was your coat. Yes, sir. But obey microphone there.
Yeah.
Now, baby, I'll go here.
Oh, I'm going.
Obey gas, I was cheche. Now, well, but boarding, mamma.
It is set to say.
Okay.
Group as vice chairman.
Pressure group.
Vice chairman.
Pressure group away.
Of PBC.
PBC. Produced by company now, okay.
Exactly.
Okay. But also your first name.
From Daniel Opoko Asante.
Okay, Daniel Opoko Asante.
Yeah.
Also your worker, PBC.
Yeah.
Now, what position here then?
The position here, driver.
Yeah. Okay. Brabany, Adodino.
I'm Dr. William Kwabnasike, you see.
Dr. William Kwabnasike, you see.
Yeah.
But also then.
Oh, me immediate past deputy manager.
Okay.
My PBC.
I'm a PBC.
Yeah.
Now then, I don't know move for that.
Opening measures and medase. Be America cleaning.
Yeah.
PBC adwumakuwa ni yewo cocoa board mu. Ena 93 there about the reforms being sakra bi ba cocoa to mu na di. Enti ema 99 no ye restructuring ni tie ho. Ena ya ye adwuma from 99 BC and last year ena ya nto. Last year ni ya nto cocoa. Na the buy na say ebia ye free cocoa board so ban I said working capital and sermon na the intina bosiabo na ebo na ye tua like we were honoring our obligations ye tua na ye tua na ye deliver sa and at the end of the day no cocoa records cry available cocoa board obenya records at any point in time bia obehun say ye tua at any time bia no the ye tua sika no ebe cocoa sika no de man ye buhu nkonta kama na be America kreni ye hu say there be management with the regime this regime ni e ka say there be o hwe your shareholding structure na government of Ghana the Ministry of Finance were about 36 there about now with Senate almost Senate together and they hold a share of over 70%. And the GOG no and they appointed management Ebrahim. In 2016 no mobile say no 2017 no you say there was a general manager, there was DMD finance and administration. You say you were a deputy managing director operations and you were managing director. Nipa for in a bandi or more than Ebrahim. But obeni ohwe records na available to me say yeah market share na adwuma na ba na dey eba from ba na eba for until say last year sika dey trade kura yenye bi main board am say boy hin edu eba ha say
yeah
oba ha say no mean say peace so no ye bra kwame sefa
yeah
yes no be interview bi in fact me kai say there be asem say no panyin abeda abeboso enti yentumi nya den emma no mwae me no ka say menyi ni say mwa bia den aba if you answer Obeka say PBC is a leaking basket or the ebi omu di sika brain a sika ni new and a fence no I say ye the kabi and all that na the way I know musi all can asem no fa mini anu major amom no mako because omo ko Ministry of Agri ko e man komodie bi ko so enti major amom maka but the minim say PBC adwuma no no kwa say me ye local economy and regional and national economy say PBC
PBC mo ya den
ye tokoko enti ye tokoko
ma
aban na wo hwan so a ye na
ye na do tie ye ne hu PBC ye kan do tie nim PBC
can any every produce buying company but no mu enti say the PBC and PLC the woman say ye tokoko ma aban ye tokoko jina bamti ye tia ne ye mfaso na ye tia dividends kra ma aban na adwuma no sabio enye adwuma ye kan say ye basasa wo hwe ye records na ye adwuma me no cousin from 99 ye adwuma to date ye adwuma ama ya peki ye nya club 100 on 2 occasions it is not the whole country 100 clubs ye kan companies na enye asem ketwa ti ye hwe de ekon utimi say at the local level no utimi say ye tokoko no bi a ye akrati for ne bi tumi ba eho district office so obi oton aduane nya sika eden ebi egu ne botom obe wa beto aduane
say dey na affect moduma no edian ne pa na atrigger ma baba
ba bi edu no na memfama because na me pese answer no beba mu no o hwe ana fe ye nya adwuma o disi obekọ na me no ka ya tututu district
offices across the
country and we are the last buying resort okọ miniano me free from antem just kan ene ho ya your offices wo hopo companies no dey enko border countries no ye okọ aketi so bosunkwanta name them ye adwuma fa ho nyina edine bibia de mfaso de ebre oman no se ye ka kokoto e wo Ghana na uyi PBC free mo otimi se na atosin nti ye no ka se yi afi ni na de ye ntua enka
Jessica mai matokoko na ma ban no
chese de o ha se ye nya sika anya adwuma
nya sika kra amudi be trade
akwakoto koko no NFNs no minian mi na de bia meetings upon meetings media engagement
engage cocoa board
na yi cocoa board no omo ko meetings bi
okay but within
the friend Kwame Boachi me a district manager wa Kemoda but pressure yeli ese we na pressure group me omo chairman
ejuma ma shanya mo ejuma fo mo pi
ye ejuma fo e
o say dey na ko so mo ko meeting okay
baby a yeduru sese no enye ba yira abrewa dwokra
okay
die di nyina nsem ni nyina ne se yeti ho afia so anase bredu a o se ye adwuma employers no also mbrace na ye de ye adwuma ba ye tra ho de duru baby no na sika ma yeso ye
okay employers are
ye management of PBC
okay
omo feska ma me ye adwuma ye bisa wo mo a so ebeba na other companies no etokoko ni jayen edi etra wa ani won say sika ma ani ye say no ye nim dia ko no to the ani somewhere and you say ye keke hu bom ne sorry ani ye sorry ye no ansani abeto ya attacking the way say no e say me entia of akon yes and come management obiam if anything as a management ni me dia ya fa ko sector minister ho na before sector minister no o say ko ICU general secretary ho union affiliate union no ya ko kan say na ekoso ampa ya ko kan no so match ya to sector minister honorable Boyedu Brian Champa, Dr. Brian Champa. And also my meeting schedule, and my young Kosia pressure group in union, any management in Kosia. Ye Kosia, no, and what besides, yeah, and the assembly de Monam. Muja Mienti. I want MD Bacase, and 70 on by 1 year ni on source come grant Juma. It is better say a Beman FNA, Finance and Administrative Director. Say what? Good. Yes, brother Champo attack here say. Matiti one from Memgrasa mu PBC workers mo de ka.
Okay.
NMD say fine. And yeah, ono the oba no and check Africa no take hand over. Oh, look through the handovers. And the deputies me no that one. They are the better people to answer that question. And I have a name no etisim. What is him no because it is true. Yet the cocoa board cut 280 million Ghana cedis. And now banks and so. Yet the banks cut 322 million Ghana cedis. And yet the Chochonina 280 million Ghana cedis to cocoa board. 322 million Ghana cedis to banks. And 50 million Ghana cedis to workers and other things. Wakabuma is 652 million Ghana cedis.
Okay.
What did she from you now? Brand Champon, honorable. Say, hey, the taxpayers' money no matter what you're saying. And a munko who taxpayers alone. Not the Omubacano. Munkancho, not the Ombacano, Munkancho, and San Betuanamo. So, now say, me can and Mamma Semina one because millions will be cut.
It's not just a PBC, my auntie was you.
Good.
PBC, mod the cocoa board the cat.
According to FNA, we have the workers in him.
But there's some more workers in the more year you might.
You can't and the air workers in the air can say,
yeah,
280 million now. Yeah, FNA Nika Hua Seminole. That particular year, 2022, 23 main crop. Yeah, the workers as a workers, Yaka, you name say a day. Ah, you go to cry dance, I can't. 5,471 bags of cocoa
at 800 cedis.
At 800 cedis
at the time.
At 800 Ghana cedis. At the time. I don't hear the as a workers. 280 million. And I mean, I know say 5,471 bags now. I don't think Sanka Honorable Wahedu who say PBC a leaking basket. No. Sika can say put you on all can was them. A dear workers in the Agitum said 280 million will buy. Young workers in the Nimu shake. And the management in the Nimu be almost on their cotton form. Ama brother Champon. Antias yes, I can say the Oha. We are calling the government to come and investigate this money. Yes, we had him say Sassika way and Ama 30 workers. I ain't me a Tiaka. So the government should come in to investigate whoever Buabono. Never. That's all the free. I'm a worker. See, what to ya? Near what to ya? That's him now. I don't know.
Until 1 year.
Okay, maybe I don't know what they need to say.
Frederick Kwame watch it.
Okay,
I came on down the street manager. AKA pressure group chairman.
Okay. Set, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Set. Enti, the enti amaboko jai. Modi abaye nimu hani ade ni nyina no. Say more management. One more year be right.
Yeah.
Sana moka.
San
here kaka. Mosha sia tetain semino from eye cocoa board.
Yeah.
Ana mu nimu hohwe. Da. Ana moko eye a great ministry eye momo sector ministry no. Minister ene mu shiai. Ena ofra mo management. Ena omo ba yo mo say FNA mra the finance and administration. One mo mra no ma mechire mu ade na wo. Na wo mo no ba be kire say eye PBC at the car 280 million to cocoa board.
Good.
At the car 322 million.
Good.
Banks.
Ghana cedi.
Million Ghana cedis. And just catch it on the cano. And one more day car, one more day a young more you might have
50 million.
50 million Ghana cedis. Total we are talking about over 652.
50 million nso no. Womo akofie, omo aketua, omo entitlements, omunya, omo entitlement, the full complement of omo entitlement.
Okay.
Womo ewo mu nso no full complement 1 year ni obi anya ayi.
Okay.
Eti
na I can one say there right.
Eja senior na menu na eka no. No kore Setadu say the vice chairman of pressure group. Nia ekofa we nyina bae ne say ye union panyimfo no na adi ehwamo. Me gidi sen sam ye ekoso nyina na omunim. Na panyimfo no omo ye ne say fe bi divide and rule. Omo ma ekomo de union fo no ma union fo no ene omo de onto ma ko kikire ano. Enti saa se mi hintae. Bria bu ahia du beka say ye de ne ka no. Ye soliti ya ne pa. Enti upon second thought ye say there be ye hwehwe mu yi. Enti ye wura mu a ye pim union for no no mo de ye koma eye ICU general secretary because ne ye pese ye demonstration etia bo ahead because one what train sika so
okay
ye nya boni bia ye adwuma bia na sempo sanke ye de car ye de enim say 2022 2023 no na 5771 ye wo accumulated sample residue of 33,442 do bags 33,000 it is said me de car Cocoa Bodoka 5,471. Nam accumulated sample residue. Ye cocoa ye kasa say to for no. Ya tete die eku ho no mo a. Se ni yie mo an sanka wote. Every mo na dia ko hwan sanka na free ho no. Enti sanka ye wo ses candidate ho. Ye de eka bie beba. Enti anka fiasam. Ye ntia no fa ma bo ahiedu. No me iska ne mfa nya adwuma. Enti ho ne suspect is there something fishy. Enti ye ko papa na nim eye bra champo anim no. Taki and say, Matisse, Mukramo de Deca, Yamamskana Mushibu. Dear Baye. Na ya podompe. Adia ye, it was under coverage. I am Minister of Agriculture, or move media. Enti, or capture, nobody can deny. Say, Sasma Yeke, a young tro, or capture the whole thing. If when the need comes, they can be called upon and they will produce copies of that discussion. What and all church will say, Kai dini. Meanwhile, near pre demonstration. Yen kasa yen CEO MD abetrema ka kire yen say mudi kokobodeka yes there be o sa den tire kokobodeka chem sabode neka anya mko busa no kwa mo fa so de ka na me die ne minim me ba ye metra so hwehwe me kratem no bu ahia adu kokobod mu na di PBC ka e wo so ode yesisa e de man efe ye den ye kotra hodum a efe mu kwa mu tuba no mutuo say yen ye di kokobodeka na se de kokobodeka yanim say sa 322 na eye banks ne Canadian yan payfo na Jesus ka no omo de bi sibupe eye bupe factory eno mo de bi ye Golden Bean Hotel esiwo omo de bi ye renovation ewo ye head office enti yanim eno mo de bi so total shares ahodo edema company across the country enti yanim and we can easily trace to that particular cost of the
eye can omo de banks ne de
we know the breakdown.
Except
scan ko share.
Okay.
Na se see 280 no.
In the Ebikrato vehicles.
In the Edibisu office. Yet cars over 20 attics. Edima company no. Enti sika no, obetimi a kire ne yedi sika no eyeye. Now, let's come back to the issue of 280
million.
We believe say eno na apim kokobod. Na kokobod nso so. Die till what tres sika we so all this while. Never precope boom. Who's my scam?
I don't know what you want to me boka.
That is the question. Yeah, at one of me a boka chere say. See, a seasonal work.
Yeah.
And then yet say, Coco board nakasa at one point no. A two baby no. Naso na. Michili says that way 18 no. Nasi kana obeba not bema ya. Your main and peak season started from October to December. That is the peak season.
Yeah.
Sometimes obe who say sikan beba around second week of November. But which time na other LBCs no up to 70% of the cocoa na system no. Now we are only left with 30%. How do we deal with the 30% and make big margins to be able to deal with our debts? Etia bia wo so bra wo saka ska no. Wo make sure so wetin to cocoa ni bi. Na what we margins e dey atwa adwuma yefo ka. Sika ne ko e sabre na cocoa na san system no. Etu bon so sika na ade ko ma akuafo no. Ni akrache fo no. Na ebia koka. But normal. Enti no say cocoa no ma na ebia $10. Na ebia koka $2. Coming season no.
Or the best shape.
Very good.
Okay.
Yeah. operational challenges. It is across into the banks. Yeah, low, so we need but a woman, your baby. When Yajitum, now Copacoban South, and Tina go advise for science say, you better see Kabia go, say Cobasa Cabiamania, near the Akoswano. And Tiano, it doesn't come into the picture. But the issue is the 280 million. We have to know the adepotia at this second buy.
Well, more management at the cocoa board
280 million.
And a cocoa board for so one more time also for how long? Can we are down for how long?
For so far as we are concerned, it doesn't exist in our books.
Oh,
because okay, financial statement now. MONTIE capture. Maybe they can come and tell us what led to it. It can be something else. We are not saying say yeah anywhere. Once
but we can prove it with documents.
Very good.
Because the card they send you no the and now the cocoa board has confirmed so your management PB some 280.
They haven't been able to confirm say the debt stock is 280 million. Leaking basket. So as to cabin here they one is it the 5,000?
Are you supposed to also find out from cocoa board?
That should have been the work of management and the union.
Yeah.
Etisha omdi bread. I am Mr. Morgan, ICU General Secretary. Emma, boy here Bright Bokajan say. Obabwa because a comedy into Bamia Pieka. But before then, young yet document to be man. Commitment document such that when we are built out, Nasa Yakwa, young conquer yes, household and say, Koya Bio, that's a chemical bar. Not on the side document, not just say, Bribi by. We see a bambuam. Etim, me, enemy. Any ICU General Secretary, also need 2 executives.
Yeah.
Any other people, any union leaders in this year, and then we did that commitment document and submitted it. Yeah, the man, it was 2nd week of May. Hoping say, say by the end of May, no, obetria. Yeah, then here who are 3, 4, 5 days time who is a company management. I started a company vehicles. Now the question is, what company name? When na koyan say or twebe twia. Dear what year sima, what don't talk company Japan. There's something fishy. What are they? One year catching a bicycle.
One more workers are man workers one name the other cost.
Mostly say better on my seculars. Now back district region level.
Yeah.
No fear. It will be quite interesting.
Yeah.
When you anticipate something will be
knowledge of shareholders.
The anticipate. Yeah, when you say your auction castle. Car will be to me offer 250 million and 25,000. Auctioneer said that may make 20,000 for 20,000. Now kawa wo Japadi awoton. No be so about 20, no be so about 20 by the end and alpha. Or shop at 20,000. It tells you, say, there is an agenda elsewhere. Say, you're starting to company the Japadi. Until you catch a band, I buy Nipa would your brain. When you're more corner crana and you're more you shall we to be a fibia appraiser.
Yeah.
Now, why she send it when AC call and it is any power in the mammy. What better as a chief executive officer? I feel you must cast a fire, Juma. Dear, that's what you are, we Juma. And you are not so employee and tell Papa, what do you better have my fee? Because you are some man, no yet NPP4 or more executive chairman ever UK, and you didn't buy. Now you do what bar
MD for BBC.
Yes, you will go cancer.
And you are no be ye back by Bono Yami Tunsa friend into on
the buy na afini must classify you, Juman. I can't go paying some of Busan Papa. I didn't know Miss Campaign for a suguso. Oh, sorry, now the Bawamiachi, none in the campaign. You fool like a crack of food dampono. No book came. Now the pija now go. Naka,
I am MD.
AMD. Nampa for baby. As he said, Uncle Bibi Nukua, Uncle to Macadium. One about me and what we can't about me about me, ask him out to me.
His Excellency.
Dr. Baumia.
And you're too pendant.
Me patro facem na doctor patro be bia fa facem na o shobo no boyen so yenti be mbu animtia na udi Dr. Baumiachi sanka yakonya man what me adi papa yachi ya e ya wie ni campaign e fe na ya trust ye hu se da bi ye uni edi ye hwamo se ye tena se e kumbe kunyen hwe ye obi ye friend ye 3 ye akasa se ye te ye katua e part ye di egu ho ya invest ya for the past 10 and almost 12 years now.
Okay.
10 years.
Na ade na bro so ne yeka se munye sika kwantua yeka mumanye koji yesika no omo se da omo manye ji yesika no die enti na mumanye ji yesika o se da bi bia na kana ewo mu no ye di bi na yesi da bi na kwadwuma na mu na ekoso na ka ntimi ntua meka fa me yemi sika na me fa bom ho brae You will be a from Provident Fund. You PF1, PF2. Baku you triano every year. Baku you train every 3 years. Consistently 7 years me. Yes, can you come? You busa say. First can so my almost your deduction on paper. But physically scanning now. Wa salary ma. PF mba. Provident and so Emma. I am yamiti to Mr. Kansu and so Emma. Mammy Sikasu near fine judgment and also Bobu. That near a young woman say. Ye ya day press conference in Yunano. Ye who ya precopese. Boom. Yes, Coco Bodamayan 17,000 bags of cocoa. Who told me for over 1 year? A farmer say. Oh, Pierre, entry for the cocoa rain where you said. Now I say cocoa 17 bags worth of
17,000
bags. At 2017. Say yes, some fan call for the Koyajuma. Now say you the fracture. So my dream Yajuma says, can you tell me some me even? And you know, my emergency, more per se, more precan to Yanso. Says he can't ban so weak of Fabino, so dear. Never can say, ya kayo, so this come on. No matter who could this cano. Now, what Bria would this can air brain, who shall that sabreno, eh? When a 2 for says can bray around this time. Says Karum Sakokum, or Munyako Fanto. And a matter say, management say, they should all report that money back into company account.
Okay.
What the head office? And our first invest can go to. One of this can be.
Can I go define myself?
One come first of all, it's a catching an to say. Sir, Yevra, His Excellency, Sir, Yevra, Anya Oforiane, a deputy in charge of operations. Any FNA, any MD name or the
I'm getting the picture. Say, as a PBC, you know, a Guan is as you are on the time bomb.
Yet the film flat. We need 1 year. Then it's also Wobra.
And then, only Juma 1 year, no. Say, Sikai Atiato, Pacho, Sikai Atiato, Inano, Emma. Say, Minoka say, Mia Simu Pampa Echo Enterprise, so I want a tier 3. There you know. My Rabano catch them said 3 since March last year. Ya titis can be bia encore. You can be bia encore.
Sikana de womatum.
Baby encore. And then the interesting thing say me bisa accounts for me accounts person, me HR person. Me be do say o cost senator na obi o ha bia no. O print you statement. One say ya upgrade o senator
system
no. Enti yensu yenim say utua kana. And now where then na senate no ko. Because of the obvious statutory issues, legal issues. Me no case obia or the statement na ya update. But sika aketua BMI, and so what is happening? Any explanation? Meaning say, miniama was ya explaining.
Yes, net deduction is up to date as at April. Meanwhile, untiameka April as at 2024. Meanwhile, for 1 solid year, untiameka. Now, in account
salary in my but
what say you want to meet statutory requirement, but the question is, say won't mean you do a fear? Can't you just write a letter to Snake to say, me near Juma, mean Triaka? So he can never hold on you. And to win a scary free, Nadia will pay statutory payments.
Okay. Say a normal bang and would you go upon a swa? More you say a buying and now president in the HB.
You see, PBC is too big to die. Say PBC Gua Asematoyen. Ghana Equiafo is depending solely on PBC. Obeka say other LBCs in the year. But trust me, some Crawford who are money, Ghana Equiafo who are money. Ever private companies in himself. A son say, Obesha, private company no obeti me akọ no catch say, jet 10 bucks, oh 20 bucks, I know what. Okay, and no so for so nisika bia wona. Enti obegene saa. Enti ade ahochere ato won so. Enti ya catch na nado said nana. Ye pa wo cho. Wona ade omo brain. Ya ye press conference. Ya ye pre-demonstration. Ye ni other media engagements akoso. Aka kire se nkrofo no omo capacity no e wo fam they can't handle. BBC is so big such that here technocrats, people with business understanding. Oh, munim si de disika wura adwuma mu. Ni ye hwehwe mfa so ofiri mu. No ma ba structure adwuma aka se da bi. Even cross some distress na boro so a. Montete so, mo maji bi, munye wese. Obi ba be ye adwuma bi on committee na ho such that or Kwafoda, he will also be more serious. Into the Serano, Sandy paid management, all for Munsin. Now, all shall say a fee. Uncle Body didn't say, or no, another buy in Webego PBC.
Okay.
O work of 4 buy and Nako, SFM, or Pejako, Jumana Diaba. Yababa Kufuadu, Nanado, Abaso, as I know. While Toko boom, I'm an acosro. Unprecedented. It's a very good thing. But, Ejuma Kessin, Ejuma Pa, why in the Sano. Money ma Sabiota Frache, Nipai, and Mamma said, Nidimpa, or buy any yeno, or by my letter of comfort. I made me Jiska, a free cocoa board. At least, or boy and Quemiso. No more son who say, Say Jumana, or yet the man, your management. And whom for swan say Jumano, Egunu.
Okay.
Also from Nubusa. And Jumay and moi, Nitty say, and Crofonity. Yentimini omunya Juma. And yes, sir, Ebaha. Now, all shows to say, BBC, and good, I want to Nabris.
What's in 1 year in Triamoka, right?
1 solid year.
1 solid.
12 months.
And been so with different issues, no? 14 months, Neddy.
Okay.
It's the air can say PBC, no, a viable company. Yeah, Juma from 99 to date.
Yeah.
Last year, Nianya Juma, it had then me 27 year or 35. When so different I
just said the number of years.
It means a company no viable. It be a Juma Momu Kofi. I mean, no case or Musika Kem. What we are saying is Nanado, His Excellency. And then Yebra a Frimo Opare, and His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. One more na every collaborate with a sector minister, no Nikoko board. Na kwan bia on be fast on be GPBC as your normal tier staff salaries. And if sika aka mu nyina omode ama staff na ma staff won ahiham. Omo yiri eja omo rent ye yi omo niam atugu. Omo awuwu say me no ka ye lusu nipa miensa. Ba ko say September ina ye kwa akosie no. To all these things no. Twani ampo na omo hwe na omo hwe na erade ni hwe say PBC
all right. Chairman, what we're doing, Fred. Yeah, Kwambachi. Fredo, I don't know how they try to.
The America, the chat on say. Obedia, they say a cash that Gano. The Imperial for no person much as a Ghana hegemony. And he almost dispatching a cash called Togo. 10 Atix say omun go stay Togo no omun nya adwuma Togo fa go Niger na ye ni say no makoye adwuma no all right e ma ya driver for kra call ye no makọ cancel semu nyame nko a nka woni French speaking countries ketuo kra ka omo e ma nyame ncha de omo aba beduru Ghana omo ko di forma say no de workers yeso ye kan say sa juma cash ne koye no process sika pia free mu buy no o mo je account square dem who be some of says can you the electricity bill good who the electricity bill we what some beton cash and also say who the electricity bill yeah can na say Nanado on sorry Dr. Baumia on sorry anya sa grants nye
say momo ka mo the banks no mo services are there to there
ya ka ya the banks no ya pedifo a edi kan anu omo ha no omo le di anim e koje sa loans no but the omo so che ne se me koje anu ma fa me twamanum na mo me di bi koye Kumasi Golden Bee Hotel me di bi koye Bope Shell North Factory me di bi ye Tema warehouses head office Edam Vefenesi ono it be a renovation. It is a fees a yampa. Yenton. Now you go to Yakano.
It just a minute I can magic, but you are not service moon. Yes, I can.
So far, government put 66 million.
So far, on behalf of the company, government Akutia 66 million
for the banks. No,
can say, where's your government in a who mobile?
Yeah,
Etimia Tusana Mono. Already, your son boss say. Omre working capital for this 2024-2025 season year be coming. Omre 1 year per. You be check and
okay. All right. But I say Fred answer na one them say now opinion and that opinion also better okay we can to be now. What did you call about this?
Oboku Asante.
Oboku Asante, yeah.
Oboku before Bebe no men cast him because of all. Where I have a try, you can't see me. Oba no ma chon mo pentin say ye free a omu ko yi adi.
I more workers.
Management omu ko yi adi. Na no dey am ma so lan say. So omu track the letter bi aba be boom. Ai baby I don't know.
Me pacho.
Baby I don't know.
Me pacho. Baby Edru no.
Oboku.
Baby Edru no. Akoma no e wo soro. Nemo e ho no de me pese me kire na say enru that level because they will not even bring.
So I say on where a condition or say management and tries to work for you body there. Conditional statement. Okay, Oboku Mr. Oboku.
The American say, yeah, your penanado chow. Say, Tama na Royan City Abem.
Yeah.
PBC, or Manuko from Kra. Anna Yami Adam, you two runners free so. Anna or Mampenuko for buyer. Or buy no, or beso PBC, Epijana Kama, because PBC, Ghana, say old driver car, Ghana front tie. It is our front ajo. Now ube somewhere. One pompia won't mean to car.
Yeah.
It is a mananado at yes, yes. Sesiano front ajo. Say Dr. Baumiasu was so kind no baby tridia. On visit time. And Sana. What you may treat.
Okay, Kano.
It is the air can you say. Some penny for now or do buy or no time no. Omuna oma hoɔden a ekita adwuma no wɔ fam adwuma no boro ɔmo so eti amatem bia na adwuma no ɛsenke eti ene ya ye press conference bebre akan nsɛm akyerɛ na nado sɛ ɔno ɔde ɔmo bae ɔmɛfa na ade enko ba sese no so na ɔmo da so hɔ eti ene ye ka kyerɛ na nado pen sɛ yɛn workers ne se enkofo wɔ yɛn pɛ ɔmo biem
okay
ya yi ɔmo di ɔmɛfa ɔmo ade.
That's all.
You don't see.
That's what I say. Produced by company PBC PLC. Yeah, PBC Limited. Many woman you might for. And I cause Obena was okay beyond. I'm a time now so.
Question on business beside me. What was say?
Yeah. It's a better master. Better master pa. Yeah, me come on. And now what about you? You mamu high. Nimu Father, do my boy Aboko Jine, our many abere. A crowd any a tea de our mobile one more day, Yomni idea babies is winning as I said. Oh, many abere. Where dear PBC Managing Director, Deputy Director for FNA. I do my first one month because man yet and on my year.
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie.
Honorable Pewa. Honorable Memakwaba.
You know, today.
Bogo now so.
Na me adom hu ye.
Ya de nyako pass we dey aduana abetu say ye di bishop because mo dem na mo abem.
Well, utie medical chia wati fa.
Yeah.
Utie adwumayefo ya nsam mo kan ya. Che say aban IB esu wagase. Osu wakotu 66 million.
66 out of wo musika 322 million.
Yes, management no. Uti adwuma for nsam wakam na yenyante management on the side of the story. Na mum adwuma for nsam am kan say no na yetie na ya kan ye dia adwuma dia na management no mpagya omhomero so kakra. One say me na me private hauler for PBC. You can say private hauler. Obi a over tracks. No what register with tracks no with PBC. It what to kuku na. Na what the tracks no akwatwe kuku ni bi e de amawom. Aba say me ne won enye kuku no kura won to bi na as a private hauler wakwa akwatwe bi. Enti the best PBC if it is so ya na bi a one say me private hauler for PBC nti na me ben won kakra na me no mo nya adwene abansi munye sikara mo fan koto kuku na monton kuku no fama kuku board na mon farm profit that is your sole mandate yɛni ba yɛ ho so no na afe cocoa board PBC akwakoto tracks bebre afe wɔn afiase atwi cocoa no. You see, some private buying companies, they don't own tracks. Almost high tracks, no more cocoa because management of tracks, in addition to cocoa buying, again, easy. It's not an easy tax at all. I feel PBC fee has to say, what you cocoa. No, I feel one tracks, no, a year old. Now, if tracks no is eating into their capital or the cocoa. No, and then so, Yaniba was not PBC, according to AC Hotel. Yeah, AC factory. Hey, and then Abuye, just build on your score mandate. Me pesa aka aban behwe mra ye de eti PBC ne na ya restrict wo say ade a osamu ya ne say me ba disika kwa kwato kuku no maton ama cocoa board unsa min what ka se ba kwa kasa na metie no o ka asem bi o say ansana cocoa board ba man won mu goto cocoa no na private buying companies out of 70% of the beans into one some case can about 30% per and you know why some companies say adenti and a private buying companies no dey what mean yes ka goto cocoa no in advance
now we do to mean yes
because mumu loan
na ka come we invest in
the business cannot about to bank because we talk cocoa in advance now to profit now obenya no e choosing profit na hotel de baba no so koto cocoa no fresh now to ma cocoa board that can na wesi o goton won to factories ni nyina gold na won fa sika no ento bank cocoa season ni dua won anya sika in advance e de akoto cocoa no
eti aban sika ne mai kra na
mo be snit kra operate hotel boka na mo amumu to cocoa me hu onipa ko de adwene ma PBC say won nya buying of cocoa private individuals and companies etonya big profit what's no kokoto cocoa no kwa na o margin that so profit margin now that's you know how much you are going to get.
The purpose
buying of cocoa no dey atwo e dey akosi hotel e dey akosi factory. Now first cash cocoa season dey amunya scan fanto cocoa. Why should you do that? Why should somebody think say also diverting the attention of PBC into operating of hotel? I disagree with the one who took that decision.
Oh, okay.
Well, like I said, PBC had any share cocoa buying and so even tracks now to cocoa. They should sell all the tracks. When you're ready, get a private company or to cocoa. We are what you are a car maintenance, fuel, lubricant. Say, younger you operate transport, you catch the massa. You can't combine the operation of transport with buying of cocoa. You cannot. Even who private transport and you must be close with what as a PBC MD. Now the Ghana and I'm on a track so I'm going to Togo. No trying to tracks and found the jail Burkina, no first camera. I don't think the money will come. And to me, when what guy will commandate no cooperative transport. At that PBC, Echo tracks are you be a kind of no for say bia. Near what tracks are, you to cocoa into we don't want competition. Yes, but you won't say I'm well. The track business, no, it takes a special skill to manage it. Into yes, PBC and catchy 1 ton tracks in Nina. Not one first can go to bank. 1 ton hotel in the factories in Nina, no first can go to bank. Na se cocoa season in India, once we to me out to cocoa ni be in advance.
Said they are private persons in
private persons in here. Now only might be private buyers in here. One say every cocoa season be a breast season and announce new cocoa price. Okwe no watch on the back of school. Oh here into one private individuals and the companies no. Cocoa no before the cocoa season get opened. Into up obiano new price no kwakwatonga cocoa board. Meanwhile no cocoa board for a PBC for more warehouse across the country. sika na mukọ je na ka mo fa renovate mo warehouses no na mo mu warehouse ni bi nka ho eno na ka ba bua mo enti we dey yesre na adoda nkwagufu ado ene Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia mo fa mo nan enti fam na fe mesre ministries na agencies ni show ma so so do bi kwatena say MD a mamu nya won say we MD nti ye ni awpe. He must report to the minister or somebody at the ministry for the ministry to approve some of the activities. Because we say, I'm not going to loan. No, Marasha one say, report to the minister, say, because you loan the Akosi hotel. I got a minister because no, wait. That is not your command.
I give you more formal pay and fine, yes.
It's young men, the law now establishing such companies, typically of a PBC.
Okay.
Well, young men, the law, I guess. Apart from buying of cocoa, who sell your bribia outside the buying of the cocoa, you must seek approval from the central government or cabinet.
Okay. Because I buy the most. Can
you buy 66 million? I buy na kotua. I buy na kotua.
But
me dey this hotel, we see hotel, we consult. I buy answer na we see hotel. Oh, hotel now see no bua be pan to me bua wontia. Wa boke o say bank offer taxpayers money sign kotua ka wabo. Workers or for some months they have not been paid.
Yeah.
It's because of somebody's mismanagement. It's because of somebody's mismanagement. Into yesre ni dimara. Abain only Abu Brana Champon. I will reach out to him. Where the can have on backward down. What on Konokusu or Mwemu. Now one, I came to me any many woman with scan on Fanto Beans. Baby, and I'm a party say, do baby, not banks and a tongue some of their properties, offices near there.
Yeah.
And I binding with the Cadis Kakakoya, a civil situation. Into any many a bangman with scan one fan top beans nibi. Now a bang and take a decision to sell all those things are and whom here now, or my ya, and to me, we are company no ever can be also. Washington sa companies in properties in no one first can should be liquid. They should keep the money at the bank. Send a be a cocoa neba. Once over to me at the cocoa nibi.
Okay.
That's say me mama out here class. E am friend to me ko jibrodo. Near the akwachi ni akotong no agent commission. Now we am always case fato cocoa. Which we transfer cocoa board. This guy bebre was sama to cocoa. He na cocoa syndicated loan enye ready near ma will be an out. Na private individual somewhere to my bank akwaji sika no to go because work the can akwaji sika e the akosi hotel I want to mean to ya sika no bank. How can you do that?
Medan say tina PBC for case no na mom asere beto asore mami bisa wa wo pese utu kwan e Canada eko UK US na kokko sua de Germany and France besra utro number is here na frame 0543 98 9017 0543 98 9017 and 055 791 5662 055 791 5662 and now 020-226 5500 020-226 5500. Wow, pese oko eye Canada, UK, US, France, Germany ni titiri moa o pese muko suade ofra Add Value Consult and no be nhye kama na woma facilitate bibia the amount visa acquisition baby obeda ne de keka ho one be arrangements ni nyina the amount na wetimi akosua de na bibia timako na wo dream no etimi abem ise number ne so biema 055 791 5662 055 791 5662 na bibia etimi akoye. Okay, abi honorable yanko other issues yedi ho komo. Commander Sugar Factory. As you say, they are a strategic investor. But one must say residents in the same omobonyo. If you are better to a bonus munsem, ye can JDM and them Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and also them Eastern Region of Wilmanton. I am say Amoho, Oba Baby D in Quiwa Hopa, and they said, yeah, and Ramel. A strategic investor for Commander Sugar Factory.
Well, Minia, and your politics are Ankawe, which I went to say. We are local residents. And now, I buy ABC factory one part time will be our thing. And I bang now, NDC, I buy now OSEI factory. ansana obefi aban mu kura no na ɔde factory no esi divestiture ɛno ne nsɛm bebree a nipa bebree nim sɛ NDC kura ansana obefi aban mu no na wɔn aputu factory no on sale a wɔpɛ strategic investor ɛmo aba abɛtɔ factory no ɛna MPP ɛbaa ne ehu sɛ factory no kura na wɔsi no nneɛma bi ɛkeka ho machines bi ne nneɛma bi keka ho a wɔhia ansana wɔn atumi awie factory ma abɛyɛ operational. Iti sugar na wade bra yɛn sɛ wɔgatuma produce sugar wɔ factory kwa na twetwe aso ye ba no ne yakɔ pesika kakra ade aka ho ɛne ara bɛhyɛ factory no. Me personally, I don't think say it is a business of government to do business. Iti anka aban de usi factory wi a wo the factory ba ma private individual bi and a company bi na wa operate aban botaya ye de ye sugar factory ni nyina ne say Ghana yeba stop importation of sugar. Nesika amano nesika yesay ede kra esikre ede ba omanyi mu yebetumi esiwa no. Enti anka eno ne aban interest. We are also here local residents and an indigenous person what baby a factory no one. Anka wonso wo de say ubenya adwuma ye benya art growers ebe grow sugar cane no na wonso wadua bi na wanya sika. And now you better factory hand. Na factory hand na kwaye adwuma ewo factory wona wonso wanya bi. And now say we be distributor sugar na you be produce the factory ho no. Wonso befa bi akoton no wanya sika. And now say we akoton bribi ewo ba bi a factory wo no na wonso wanya profit. And now factory wo niam bi a wo hia say additives bi a ewo say all the sugar no ho a wonso be supply bi na wanya sika. Enti mentiase se abanse factory na esi wono emfa nipa wa adwuma factory na esi wono enya raw materials emfa anya adwuma factory na esi wono efa so biara ni ho local people no enti memfa ma private individual bi na me na go into agreement ne efa no concession ni bi na onya adwuma na we the local person no nya adwuma na ye wo se mempere abanse se minisika and the capacity to operate the factory. It's my farmer private company. Nanka onfanya adwuma na nya adwuma ye. Who say mempre factory ni si hosa. Mempre ma farmer private person. Na abanga kasa anya. Abang say me need capacity to do it. It's your best say local people no. One ma kwan na abang fa factory no emma investor obetumi aye. Empempi ni Ghana ha what Libanese na just so your ho. I want to say point blank say most of the Lebanese are you who that serious. Omo nipa bi aye wo Ghana ha wo investment wo Ghana ha wo ye Ghanaians say binu kra no wo come Lebanon on kra they don't go again. They are Ghanaians. A typical example is young near bus stop your friend then bus stop House of Folk Harizako.
Okay, yeah.
I was born in Benghazi. It what is all Lebanese in just on Ghana ni. But what about Ghanaians? I want to want making investment. One must stay. One investment to crown my Ghana. Her poverty no money are there. They are no Ghanaians. It's yes, Need dimara. Local people no makwain. Na aban for say or the factory ma concession. Na juma and a local people ni benye juma ye. Na bank sabe kind of tax. Na sugar importation of sugar and so ebe reduce ya. They should give way. Ye new politics no enfimu minim say obiara awo commander opa adwuma ye so what to say the fact na my private company bi so me operate no nya adwuma na ni beje na mo nipa bi ahyehyɛ ase se munye dede oye dede no na fact na ntumi anya adwuma wo so wonya adwuma anye nti ye ma kwan and this funu nkasa kra na wo hyɛ ase a wo yɛ saa ne ama no I'm telling you sir answer over fi power no now they have put the factory on sale now they were prepared to sell the factory. Inti me de kakra me wa beka o hwane say ye be kwasra say local people no wo makwan na ne ministry of trade and industry ne be ye na factory ne betuma ye adwuma na won wo benya bi aye na won a wodi asikire no so asikire so be full na ye nkokra asikire mfamfi ba bi ma na ye hwe nye ne saa na emu aye nyina
okay
be say na watwi ni meka tima and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia ekwa apro ni bi ye sha asifi Shai Osudoku Dodua. Na Shai Osudoku no Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia kweshia ahemfo. A wo Shai Osudoku Dodua. When we say Dodua na ye Greater Accra Regional House of Chiefs for one Atenabre and headquarters. Into Yakushia one ho, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia and Wendy Nkombo. In summer, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia kan a tasom pa na eye na me jedi se ebe buane se okansi. Ye ahemfo afi yan Ghana amemu nu na ase ahemfo no se na constitution so ohene enye front line politics ni nti ye yon afi. O so ba sad no obehwe so obey amendment wo act nu na ahemfo no anya hwe kura no efisem nkakra bi aya ede court ama court na chook a court ni nya kwan ni asem no saa efisem ni nyina ye beka ni nyina ewo eye ahemfi na etumi aboa na pressure na ewo court no so no etumi abafam ebio okansi obehwe sisi ase paramount chiefs na bosomo so na abanga allowance bi no de ama won asema Dr. Mahmoud Baomi aka ni so obehwe say paramount chiefs ni ye be etua won kaye o use the realistic salary busumia bia ebetua won ka na ebetum manya ahoden na wode aboa na yebu man no o se o men so hara obehwe say divisional chiefs say we paramount chiefs now the next on the chain divisional chiefs say divisional chiefs no so obehwe na watua won ka na we go to me aboa afi o se ahemiafo queen mothers ahemiafo no so obetua won ka na won so won atumi anya ahoden no won aboa na yenyina akekere man Ghana yefi wono yebehia amanfo no ewo dodua ye fe no stakeholders consultation ye no won behia ewo dodua won ye pamade media for hospitals ahoro workers make health workers egwadifo ye nso yebehia won nyira ewo dodua na ye no won edi nkomo enu echi Dr. Baoud Bonu aka say CFM ama ye chiechi a nipa etonton ade ewo market mu ene ade yefi sai osudoku no yeko apamenya eye asesewa ehon so yekuhia ahemfo no ye wie no ye ne Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia ebe ye stakeholder consultation ewa asesewa asori dan ewo eye Assemblies of God for asori dan mu ama ye ni stakeholders ne ka say ye wie no yakuye bibi efe no youth connect no and say ye ne youth na ewo ho no ekodi nkita ho Dr. Bawumia ekasa ekire na ni so ade hu aseba ko kan ye to asom no say unemployment ayo how kakra ewo Ghana ha into obeye president o modern say ye betie ni youth ni bebre on IT say data entry and the way we GSS kra na data entry do betumi aye na ya hwe say countries bebre wo betumi atena Ghana ha na we data entry clerk awatumi aye adwuma ewo US ubetumi atena Ghana ha ye adwuma o Canada ehun hia se obetu kwan akọ UK ansa na wakọ ye adwuma nti eno nso o de two mabu na nim se won to abama no be president o be hwese sa na amen e be koso aneba kwa Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia enso kan na to youth na som pa se eye senior high school ana na adodan kwa kufu ado abey ono ba o ma megunu esan so obo ba hyem kina se na ebe ya we a wanya senior high school no ho mfaso no wo ba bi unua kuma a ono nso ekọ SHS no GSS no nso wi a obenya free senior high school no ho mfaso yefi won ye be akropon Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia kan ekọ school for the blind okuhia and fry for sebi mofra won ani afura na wo school of the blind ewo akropon no okuhia won teacherfo a won ani afura na wo kyerade over 150 Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia ma obia laptop no a special laptop we are when afura no keypad no what one safa so a wo hu say eye B na kasa computer no so obonyina na kasa nti omo de omo aso ene omo nsa feeling no na operate laptops a very nice special laptop ochema 150 special education teachers yefi wonu yekobue school for the blind wona kasa aban ESC computer lab fe computers o nyina computer sebi yenuanom a omadidam a omani afra no ebetumi ayusu eno nso yekọ lab na atwe se yenuanom sebi won a won ani afra yi won sade da computer isu na wo bo akono no mo pretty computer no na sound no ba no eboa na manitumi di pretty computer no ade ana fe pa iye na ni kanso yɛfoɔ no yɛbɛyɛ youth connect ɛwɔ Presbyterian College of Education na first yɛfrɛ no PTC no ɛwɔ Akropɔn yɛbɛhyia youth no wɔ ba papa auditorium hɔ yɛ ma a nipa no bi egu abɔnten dɔta bawomia ɛna wɔn kasae ɛkyerɛ wɔn sɛ wɔn to abama no na ɔba ɔbɛhwɛ sɛ youth no obiara bɛnya adwuma ayɛ ɔyɛ sɛ special education obiara wɔdi dɛm kakra sɛ bitafrakyɛ na wɔawie SHS no sɛ ɔkɔ university a ɔbɛhwɛ sɛ n'aban no bɛma free tertiary education sɛ yɛ polytechnical university sɛ yɛ university ankasa sɛ yɛ nursing training teacher one is a tertiary institution no sɛ wɔadi dɛm na bɔmmɔden atumi kɔ school ewie SHS na sɛ ɔkɔ university na n'aban no ɛbɛma free tertiary education ɛno nso ɔkan no disabled fo a na ɛwɔ hɔ no in fact wɔn ani gye ho paa ɛde nsɛmbɔ na oseyɔ kɛse ehyia Dr. Mahmood Bawumia yɛfi hɔ no yɛda Akropɔn adekyen no ɛna yɛyɛ work massive yɛfɛ no de ofie work Jerry wohwɛ nipa a epue yɛ nantu fi manfe ɛde kɔsi mampɔn na wohwɛ nipa bɔdɔm na yɛkɔbɔ ogua ɛwɔ mampɔn ɛhɔ nso Dr. Mahmood Bawumia ɛne nipa a ɛbɛhyia mu no kasae na ɔkyerɛ wɔn sɛ ekuapem ɛda n'akoma so yɛn nso tourism ɛwɔ hɔ paa nti ɔbɛhwɛ sɛ ɔne tourism minister abɛdi ho nkɔmmɔ na sɛ nyame yɛ adom no yɛto abama na ɔbɛyɛ president ɔbɛhwɛ na yɛbue tourism centers a ɛbɛkreti income bebree ɛde ama okuapeman ne nkurow a atwa ho ahyia nti hɔ nso yɛfi hɔ no ɛna yɛkɔɔ ekuapem staff ɛyɛ aburi ɔtoboɔ gyankwasi ɛyɛ Dr. Mahmood Bawumia ɛkɔhyia aburuhene ɔtoboɔ gyankwasi ne n'ahemfo yɛwie no nso yɛyɛ stakeholders consultation ɛne hairdressers wɔn yɛ pamade wɔn a wɔn adi dɛm adraverfo ɔnso no wɔn kɔkɔhyia ɛwɔ aburi yɛwie no yɛyɛ youth connect ɔno nso na youth no ɛkɔhyia yɛfi aburi no ɛna yɛkɔ ɔkrɛ ɛhɔ yɛ ekuapem nifa division ɛwɔ adukurom ɛhɔ nso yɛkɔhyia adukurom hene ɛyɛ nifa hene of ekuapem ɛno nso yɛkɔyɛ adwumadi ahorow sɛ na yɛyɛ no wɔ baabi a yɛyɛ youth connect yɛyɛ stakeholder consultation yɛkɔhyia ahemfo yɛwie no ɛna yɛda adekye kwasi da no ɛna yɛn nyinaa yɛsan emuvu na yɛkɔ ɛyɛ Euro krɔbɔ menya krɔbɔ hɔ nso ɛyɛ lower menya ɛyɛ odumase krɔbɔ yɛkɔsi odumase krɔbɔ ma Euro ɛyɛ mahine nankasa ɛna ne kasae ɔno nso nipa nam abibi ya me hu a ɛwɔ emra yɛkɔdu Suromenya ɛyɛ NDC stronghold paa ba yɛkɔdu Suromenya market square hɔ no yɛdu hɔ bɛɛ sɛ no nsia ne fakɔbɔ no nsɔn Jerry na market hɔ ayɛ ma nipa nti mna Dr. Bawumia ɛkasa na me see fam few days no so na me yɛsɛ me ne nipa ɛwɔ akyi no edi nkɔmmɔ nsama nipa ni bi ka kyerɛ me sɛ aha pa Suromenya ha na abɔ no nsɔn na nipa da so gyina hɔ atwɛn sɛ Dr. Bawumia bɛba na wɔne no akasa yi wabɛkasa akyerɛ wɔn yi na kyerɛ sɛ nneɛma asesa ɛwɔ ɛyɛ saa krɔbɔ enclave no upper menya lower menya ɛna Euro ɛna ɔhɔ sae ɛna osudoku nti in fact Dr. Bawumia aprɔbɔ no media akyi kakra mehu sɛ it is possible emu yie papapapapa sɛ yɛyɛ
sɛ wohwɛ nsɛm a Ghanafoɔ anaa wɔkeka Ghanafoɔ de hyia na ɛka biribi de kyerɛ
na wɔn ade baako mmerɛ a me na wɔte a yɛsi bayerɛ baako 2030 series ne bɔ ayɛ den no wonim sɛ ekurasefo no nso ani agye sɛ okotu bayerɛ baako ɔno nso tumi tɔn no 20 series wonim sɛ krɔbɔfo no ade a wɔta dua pie vegetables nti wɔte a wɔsɛ ntoso bɔ ayɛ den no ɔno nso fo sɛ ɔto na ntoso adaka baako no nya 2000 a hey Dr. Bawumia ayɛ ade wonim sɛ yɛyɛ te a yɛsi cabbage bɔ ayɛ den no wɔn dua cabbage wɔ hɔ paa cabbage na wodua no ne kɔto ne cabbage baako no nya 5 series a wo tenkra ha wo si ne bɔ ayɛ den no no so fo sɛ sambre ɛna ɔno nso anya ne sika nti narratives na ɛwɔ the rural areas no ana nkuro nketewa mu no anya no koraa ɛna wɔ hai nti yɛmmɔ mpai na adodan kwakufu adowo ɛne Dr. Bawumia bɛn ɛtoto ne amase na ɛbɛyɛ a sɛ ade a ɛtwe yɛn asaba mu kakra yɛ exchange rate no nti yɛgu ne ama so a exchange rate no bɛto aba fam ɛnkyɛ koraa now no you see the next window pricing window for fuel no diesel ɛkɔ fam for about 4.2%. na petrol nso akɔ fam about 2.something%. We pray say the next window no dey beto aba fam because dollar no ahoɔden ne ba beto aba fam asi na gyina brand into the next window no a full and a firm na obia ehun. Inflation is dropping right from 54.1%. Aba and then I'm 22.8%. Yeah, Bompai say you better say about 2 abano. Then inflation to drop to the teens. See 15, 16 now it is better. Now I feel the finance minister I can say be.
Well, I apologize.
Yeah. I know they said that Dr. Nana Danko Kufuor in the State of the Nation address. Eje Thomas say ahwechiraba wa pachew. Former finance minister Kanofuriata epachew and current finance minister so ababo and things Ghana for and as ampa economy because of Ukraine and Russia need to say HIPIC COVID MR economy is saying but it's getting better into opachew. Now, Majidi said that is the right thing to do. Ghana for and say it's a ni efite usa. You say ohina esaya otumi yeni or no any Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia into yegusu yes no ebeye ye Ghana for to Obama MPP. Ghana for to Obama Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. The economy no baby ekodu bia na Akufo-Addo kan o se minim kwan mefa so ya obi wi a mesan na bankwam. Na mo minim kwan as economy say a mesiesie no. Into COVID ya be me be je nipa nkwa na mmom no say economy ne say ya metome buase ne masiesie na mpa oje nipa nkwa wie no na economy na say into ogusu a osiesie economy no Dr. Bawumia ba beto ya so bepeme ne nipa ene Dr. Bawumia e contest obi antumi in fact clear cut policy bia matu gba ya ti say we be the 24-hour economy bepeme ne yenya enhu sa 24-hour economy how it is going to work. And the ingredients that comes in to call that 24-hour economy, something that we are operating already. It's a demand and supply driven policy. As the economy is growing, 24-hour economy will come into being. After nipa bi wonya messaging into one among akofa document bi so say japade intimate here na mo be fam wo ha adwuma ni tefa ma be adwuma wo ha na me wotiri mu pause mo fam ba be bokron no wo ha na ma fa paper na kwa me fa so abokron no nyina na ma kire wo se be ya mo fam wo ha me bokron na se paper na leak ya na fe me dan ni manya adwuma no obi anu ha adwene bone woni ti wo be so bokron no ya order to pay the paper so kire wo to ho saade ni nyina ha ye hu bi 2008 it's a Bank of Ghana gold nyina a good Dr. Anani Efi. Prudential Bank, Dr. Anani Siki Guhono, a doss sing Bank of Ghana, Sika, a wohunina. A fade ya to a baby, and this year winning. Mungo fast as Sikanambra, some of your power, they are more to me, say, Obi or the gold, as CMPP, Nibi or the gold, as C. Aquafa Bank of Ghana gold, yes, see when if you move to make a faba. Mungo Famra, Chinchang. Sikana, a Bank of Ghana, as Prudential Bank, Mungo Famra, Chinchang. I feel we say political talk. Into your Ghana for political talk on the Bakuni. And I'm assassin. Into Mumwe, yes, some in but there's always different version. Oh, ma, normally the version, almost shall say because normally I can't, normally send a bear and if I be jadi, Mepamocho, and Yano. There's a new regime. Even Dr. Bawumia Winnie. No former government. It is a new regime. The Nana MPP government led by Nana Danko Akufo-Addo. That is the regime we are practicing now. The next regime will be MPP government led by Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Inti Dr. Bawumia eden sheye gukwangma sa enoma ase biara obesiesie no ne yatuma kwen anim.
Mame call here for 03022 57902 Honorable Daniel Ashama benim de ntia ana bia na nenso enyo no na nsa ka oba 03022 43540 e ba chona menje onso wadwe nchire anope memo achion
mejo so magere mpacho ho te sen
nyankopa do mboko yetio
yo ya wo adam for no kre asan ne kase free wasi constituency be bia wo tutu no container ne to abuban bom do tina nam gina
yo e ba te yonko
ma menchia ona menchia ni incoming MP ona bu Felix na koyo onu so presa obenya tumi no wadi mpuntu aba said ye ka kire ka so awutu sinye yi sise mo ya kwaduro mo MP ana ye ka kire mo to mo ya kwaduro da mo se djuma ni wa mo ya ni wa so djuma no fe bi mai etubutu aba ma na koyo no fe djuma ne mra na munye binye na wa me ka kire mo se obi ya kwaduro no ta so no so wutimi han dan ya tu na ko Canada na koyo nya sa de no da obema modwuma ye na mo de afema sitinam na me nche Luisa kwachi opani wonu so na bo ayi pie me no me ni wo tanya me nka kire no wose se atosodie e ko atoso no omo bia no omani age because omo to omo atoso dey 2000 meanwhile na wura ti say enyema ye bi gusu no price no koso apafo ombefa no price no be koso enyeme nwanwa so otimi di enipa miensa call fire service was in achievement no opani ka je o man pani na kufa do ni Dr. Mahmoud Bobia die kamo oba se wo man no ene je fika sama ene ama manfo bebra hwe o mon kwa ejina Dr. Mahmoud Bobia na ntoto ye boni a woni finance minister engineer ntoto nyema yie ama ni ye fika sama jinsam ama nyuma gu ama ye ma ama ni ya papa no makra nyema ba no mo timi yi o mo nyema ni na ye Dr. Mahmoud Bobia ne bad leadership any bad management what me here and no na ma say nyema we na ji akọ so you want you dey to your papa no pension ni aso nyina no ma ama ba obeye nsusepa ama o ma titire ma ko yi
medan say obi to aso ma che
Magari.
Yes sir
Na won pom tete
na me adomo
wadam for alagi gadoni
yo
maminki awasi papa kaswa MP awataye minister Mavis Hawakumsin misi mami nyankopon na besra no bebre mami we yetu aba wie no onim NDC wonim MPP Magari we essentially braka so na wura market no na ye nkrofo interview na where NDC for kwa na be kampo mami no kura kata akanche o se mami no wanyan yemu enti Mavis Hawakumsin babi o bia nyankopon sra o bebre why adie pa na minki ani bra panyini Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia incoming president. NDC for money auction biao. Missy now almost in another was this car. Last time I see in Fidia Nanado de Bayano. Omumless or Mutimaya and the half star. Or Mutimaya and the quarter. Senior highway Nanado de Baya, Wiki 419 senior high, pre-educating power na PP Kote or the Yum, and then the Manina in Grand School. Gana mosquito ne manyina ingata sat kunu ene mu sori adamu ha papa we mesi agima papa na na do aye no insha Allah ye taniki ye ba bua amado Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia oni ne rally mate wo mo begi o man no na o man no tumpon ye ma yo mama begi mman san ko ye kida Gana
that's I'm fa do we about to match
good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I say.
Yes,
yo.
I'm Honorable Ashimo, Greater Accra Regional Chairman. I'm the incoming Vice President, Jinano AGYEMAN. On also the National Women Bank here. Banks now, you go ama, the 4 air brand, your baby so much. I say, me, I take about you, say, Baby Momo employment. Na papa here, onya 9 billion ama banks they China. No akobo busia 28 billion. E dia ba be good banks. Na for 40 tifie. Na obe ka cheze o sabe momo juma. E juma no kofa wen. Because competent government no so much na wo hwe wo monitor mu. Na se sika na aka no no di bebie juma e ka ho. Wa kofa 4 billion wa ko shi wo na. Na wo de sika shi enko eno an se yen kofa we yen ko che na ya be transfer ni ka se o mama e din. Che kwafo e koton ni ama no omuso mo ji nyawa no beton kai hu se on kwa koton tomatoes enyo omutu no mudua abuadinu na se scan so te enti na esi di Ghana e di 24-hour economy e ba wan tia se obi anfoso because enim se MPP nya de ombete e ma 2000 years kwa mun tia se
okay
mun ja ne Ghana funding komo na mun tuma joma
but that's mame fa do on pa cho match
hello
match meet you
Magari ipato efu na mikata
yo
Aminchia Honorable IP so ya tuma na Honorable se we ya sa kama ye work no ukra u nanti papa nyamichira papa Magari maminchia Honorable nana afia nana madukua awo kanfe no maame no ya tuma papa mesi o kanfe no so te mu fe na maame no ufa no mra na ndisi no ho no nye fi mamo Magari anti NDC tipia bu sori no mudi o mampeni ati efa kwa mi kuma semu anti NDC for me bisamo se nana biza kwa kufado oni NDC ni CPP for kwa pa no pe kwa mi kuma semu enne kwa mi kuma museum baby esi ha wo demonstration go side ko se ti nana biza kwa kufado aye Professor Mos NDC fu kasa baby wo ya wo di ko se nana biza kwa kufado alo wa siesi ho bisa na no mi hu se NDC fu tra ho
na ɔmo yɛ saa ɔmo di anniversary na mi ni ase ewu ama jɔ ɔmo ama pa hwɛ ndc fo bi bia yɛ de bɛ ba ghana ha musimu na mo di ba yɛ health insurance musimu na mo di kan ba yɛ free education misi mageri ɛnyɛ mi nwanwa se ɛnkyɛ bi a jɔ ɔmo ama ɛne ndc fo ba bɛ ka kyerɛ sɛ yesu awu yɛ no ɔmo na ɔmo kɔ nya ne ne first misi ndc fo bɛ ka se yesu wu yɛ ɔmo na ɔmo nya ne ne first adan hwɛ mi pisa o ghana fo mi srɛ mo ghana polisi fo nyinaa mo hwɛ de wu yɛ na akufo ado wɔyɛ adwuma pa ma mo ne wasi dan obi a wakɔ jss free education sukuu nyinaa mo hyɛ dr mahmood baomia angonyam esan sɛ ɛnante ni so ɛna nne motumi akɔ sukuu free nti bisa ghana fo sɛ mageri wo a wotena wo sɛ si ayi sɛ wo nante na wokɔto sɛ 8000 da fam na wokɔto sɛ 4000 da fam a mageri wobɛfa 4000 na wobɛfa 8000 mede tena wo ni ase ka kyerɛ
mɛdan sɛ mɛfa no mmienu no manya 12000 mɛba kyɛ mate
mageri ɛsɛ wala yɛde fa baako yɛde fa mmienu
mɛsɛ mepɛ ne nyinaa
yɛde fa baako yɛde fa baako
kasa yɛtie o
open yɛ
kasa yɛtie o
mageri weyɛ wa onu abɛma na na amoako a mekati aye nsu ano ɛwɔ constituency a mefi ɛsbɔy na mekasa yi na menti a ɛyɛ incoming president yura dr mahmood baomia bɛdo ya mesɛne adwuma so wɔ gyina ɛne yɛ maame ada ɛhwɛdua income export no income export ayɛ sɛ no constituency wɔn to bama no ɔmɛ ayɛ sɛ no remember mageri through yɛwura kufu ado ɛne yɛwura baomia nti ɛnɛ ɔba ayɛ sɛ no constituency a akwala bia eni wa ɔte afa obia ɛde ne ba ego school ɛsɛ free education nti yɛ fɛ kɔtɔ aba ɛde atoa yɛwura kufu ado ɛne yɛwura baomiafo ne bia napo so na free education yɛde abɔ ho ban ɛne yɛwura jɔma ama sɛ ɔba na ɔpɛ ligarali okada na emagu di okada ayɛ adwuma ɔka na ha magari ade rate ya okada enya asɛnt ya yɛtwa emagu nsa ɛne ɔmonan no na emagu edida mu okada nya deɛ ɛsɛ sɔsɔ ɔka na ha magari ɛnɛ jima jɔmaama ne ba ɛne ne birthday 19 years boy ɔtɔ bɛn ɛna de maa ne ba no wɔn to moto afɔma ne ba nti sɛ woyɛ babu na kɔtɔ ma mɛyɛ akufo ado yɛrɛ ba ɔmia ɛne yɛrɛ napo na adwuma pa yɛrɛ fɔ de ahyɛ asɛm ebi wɔde si wɔn afa ti no ɔma na mɛtoa so na ɛnimu na mmɛburu ɛnyɛ adwuma yɛ because yɛgye ɔmɛgɛ na hyɛ jɔmaama yɛ ne sponsor yɛbɛtɔ yɛ
okay mɛdan sɛ mɛfa last one in sorry maakye mɛba kyɛ yɛtie o nyanko pando
do from one sound this is abana yabeto no no kware ene atro ne yabeto abano so wasitnem na to aba papa mobile ma beda da oni pasa mama bia ho ate no man we ubia this ubi esu this is den this is mo na mo nyina mo ye den kra mo ninkunim da mo ninkunim afze mo bia mo ye bia opposite ye be yenzu yenye opposite ye be yenzu yenye duma mu gusu bia na atronko a kronobo kese nko na mo bo man ma ye me da
mɛdan sɛ aha na mɛde si obi bia ofre bia mɛdan sɛ mo send messages mɛdan mo send the messages na me kan bi mɛntima kan bi because system ne call off eti mo fan chame okay onawa ipe that's your final
comment ne say yegusu magana ni bia entrance ne en fictitious document bia me dada no enkesi we ye enoma ya kyerɛ say de bɛbɔ krono hwan na oba ban ma obɛbɔ krono a document ne krono obɔ ne se ma kyerɛ me ba ma ɛsɛ na me first kind na
company na be adwuma motumetena wa ase nte saa na mo hwɛ
o na se yɛn hwɛ ade ne ba aba out ne fi ase yɛ ka ho asɛm but but na we nya ade ahohia kwasa nke ye ma no ahohia kese but the way omo kasa asifi so obi a kire obi bi bɛbɔ kono no enti na ma ye ka ho asɛm na ka we kra de hu behia sanka ye be brush no off no ye gya what baby ye nyame ya adom a ye nuanom a ɛwɔ eastern region ye beto aye rounds so from Friday akọ feeder akọ ye be san Dr. Bawomi abeba rounds ye be kọ ayensu no nsanwa mu so ne adeso mpatebo ho nyina anti won twan yen no wonye krado afi ene ebo 4 o'clock Dr. Bawomi abehia all former MPs former MPs we are called parliament 1992 96 ne ye sha MPP fo na ahoɔden wɔ hɔ nkwan a wɔbɔden sɛ ebo 4 a wobɛba Alisa Hotel na
no.
ene
Oh,
na ene Dr. Bawumia abedi nkomo.
All right, me that's. Higher need 100.9 yɛ de dwumadi na asi o me sorry. Na ɛyɛ Ola Michael abena mowe ne apamfo no nyina wɔn de entertainment GH no wɔn de ato awso. Me de aseda be ma masanchi amekɔ abnamafo. Krata no na obeye mu adwuma. Abena frame abanko na na ya usafo. Wɔn na yi in charge of the social media handles no. Eno akire no ɛyɛ Kwadwo Damiado na producer ogyina machi. Kwesi Aboagye na supervisor. Dr. Faradekson na ono no ye executive producer no ankasa. And fully supported by my general manager Kennedy Asantio say. Busumi mo the die toso a year eduno and 9. The toso eduno and eduno 9. A year ya down for back. The mameda form. The mameda form just say and ye asam ketua. Eti ya mabusane shedi. A year bekoso and yenesuso. Enyina so eye oba panyin efua boa ben ma edini su modu pa dini modu oba panyin efua boa ben ma enyina so ena eye ne bekoso eye bosumi ya de toso aduonu nan ene aduonu num no ena bekoso tie mabuso ni nyina hyede yakopon enka omo ejefo ye ko enyame pa yebesan ehia ochina mede ohima mercy dry bones and me also dry bones yeko yakopon sha no mo ho ban ene enye productive working day en fama